Bum, 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 bum. Hell! Oh, welcome, welcome. I am Eris Arrhenius, Crown Princess of Hell and final boss in training. One day I will be the Demon Queen, but not today. Here to say hi before I split. Hi, Blood. I see the sip. We'll get the sip real quick. I came prepared with a glass of water, so you won't be interrupting me today. Today we're playing Of the Devil. I was hoping to play this earlier, but I just got sidetracked. I'm really excited. I really, really love this series. The mysteries are cool. The characters are fun. It has Sarah. What's not to love? Big Of the Devil fan. How many sips would it take to interrupt you? I don't know. I've got a full cup. Let's consider me uninterruptible for now. How has your day been? It is honestly kind of muggy gray outside. I'm not the biggest fan of the weather today. Oh, I need to turn on some lights. At least one. Day's been good. Got some Pathfinder 2, Ian. Nice. Who do you play? Lights are on, by the way. Naito calls it her agitation light because she does not like the colder fixture of our overhead lamp. We have a standing lamp as well that's got a lot warmer, but the mythical artifact that transfers my form to you all wants it as bright as possible. So we make a couple sacrifices. I haven't played 2E. I haven't playing a rogue that's also just a shark guy. Not the best in the apocalypse we're going through, but you take what you get. I haven't played a tabletop game in a while, honestly. Had to cancel my birthday dinner because there was so much snow that all public transit shut down, and then after 2 hours, no taxi showed up? Oh no! I hope you managed to make up for it in the end, or are managing to make up for it in the end. I mean, you're here, so things are better. No, yeah, I don't think I've played a tabletop game since the Hyperborea campaign ended. I do still miss it. The DM who ran that has a 2E campaign that so AD&D specifically, that I was invited to, but it just hasn't really worked out with my timelines. Naito still keeps in touch with her though, so I know she's doing at least okay. I am curious about Pathfinder 2. I'm mildly curious about Daggerheart as well, but a lot less so. I do like saying Thaco. Dan Tansky! Hey!
How am I going to pay for so-and-so?
Welcome, welcome! Hello, Raiders! I am Eris Arrhenius, your Crown Princess of Hell and final boss in training. One day I will be the Demon Queen, but not today. Thank you, Five-ish. Looking stunning as ever. Thank you, thank you. How was your stream?
You know how you're treating me is wrong.
I forget that it's so long.
Not telling me what has been going on is wrong. It's mental.
Playing Red Dead. Oh, the first or the second?
You have a lot of people lying to me to my face. You're trying to mentally cause me harm. It's cruel behavior.
Why did I do the...
It's unkind.
It was
need to
fun
stop.
too? Okay.
I'm asking for it to stop.
I haven't played 2. The second. I understand the need to scream. Oh, that's good. That's good. We're going to be playing Of a Devil in a little bit. I actually Ski Celebration. Yes, welcome Raiders. Welcome, welcome. I'm not doing my intro again. You heard it over 5-ish there. Let's get into it. That'll conclude the introductions, I think. Kill Furnace theme right on time. My court is trying to mentally cause me harm most of the time, though. Ooh. Oh, right. I need sound on you. Ba-ba boom. And... Ah, come on. Show up. Show up. Come on. Okay, that's a bit big. Court, I promise, I did test this and it looked better earlier. I made sure my screens and everything were all set up, but you can't trust computers. Oh, right, one major, wait, why am I under chat? That's not okay. Hang on. Where's chat box? Get the fuck back there. Okay, there we go. All good. Everything is now normal. This is chapter 2? Episode 2, rather. At least it should be episode 2. Yeah, okay, this is episode 2, so... Because you're beneath us, that is not how... that is not the order of operations. Princess outranks you by many rungs. These have been pretty self-contained stories, but I will understand if you want to avoid spoilers or play the game yourself. I know definitely some of my regular court dropped as soon as I started this, but that's not important. And they do have I have excused them, we shall say. Morgan is so hot. She's also kind of also wearing... I added the harness in the art I was making Thursday, but she's kind of already wearing her own. We've kind of got a similar fashion right now. Dig it. You can choose to play episode 2 in high roller mode. In high roller mode, you're limited to 1 save slot and you won't be able to reload your saves while inside the courtroom. Quick saving and auto saving will be disabled as well, so remember to save regularly. We always go high roller mode. The minimum ante for hands will be increased. The minimum and maximum penalties for answering incorrectly during trail gameplay will be increased. But the maximum ante will be increased as well, allowing you to earn the largest possible high score for credit in this episode. Completing this episode in high roller mode will also unlock an exclusive phone chime that can't be earned any other way. You can turn high roller mode off at any time in settings, but in order to turn it back on, you would have to restart this episode. This episode contains time-sensitive choices. You can double their duration or disable them entirely in the settings menu. This episode contains testimony segments. Objectionable words or clauses will become red when you prepare to call on them. This additional hinting can be disabled in the settings menu, so they've made it even more like Phoenix Wright. I don't mind that at all. You can adjust either of these features at any point without affecting your high roller status. I've seen Morgan on my Dash basically daily for months. Oh, so one, she absolutely deserves to be on your Dash, and has since her demo dropped 2 years ago, I think, was when that exhibition happened. This is not a Balatro-like, but she does very much like cards. You can notice either of these features at any point without affecting your high roller status. High roller mode is intended to encourage risk-taking and discourage save scumming. Consider enabling it if you want to pursue this mystery like a true gambler. We always play high roller. Oh, this game's UI is so good. Welcome to the high roller tables. Enjoy the thrill. Disable tutorials. You don't need tutorials. I can turn them off later. I'm pretty sure I remember everything. All right. Time to make new voices. I don't know who this is yet, though, so we'll just do normal voice. First question's an easy one. Who's your senator? Mathings? Mathings is our senator, man. What? Still? Shit. Hey, wake up. Ugh. All right. From the top, I guess. Ugh. What is your name? Ikari. Yeah. What year is it? 28-6. What did you say last time? 2027? Maybe this stuff's finally working. Doc does know how to shake. You can go Again in the head. One thing I said, one thing I asked, anywhere but the head. Not my fault he's got a punchable face. So, we calibrated yet or what? No. But we're as close as we're gonna get with equipment this old. You want to get to the real questions, or does he need more softening up? I just said I won't soften him up in the head. How about it? You still with us, Hound? Oh, you're gonna feel a migraine hit you like a tram in a few seconds. Do me a favor and hold on to the pain. Let go and the barbitocene will drop you like an anchor. I want you as a vegetable, right? Yeah, that's the spirit. Knew you were a fighter. Question 1. Do you know why you're here? Because you were too spooked to do this over a line? I'm always the right amount of spooked, Red. When I tell you there's heat, I mean it. I know, and I always listen. See? Breathable layers. God damn it. You laughed. Doesn't mean I conceded the point. You're lighter. You memorized the map? You kept it pretty vague, but... Ooh. I think I got the gist of it. You're that worried about a paper trail? Proactive Analytics just won a state contract for new trawling algorithms that can DN on an entire city block's crumbs in less than an hour. Didn't you read the financial section today? I'm more of a Sudoku gal. We can't all be as well read as Reynard Diamani. I'm sending you the links. Read them. And the rest of the news, too. Proposition 492 is going to be on the ballot this year. You shouldn't vote on it blindly. you're a guy who makes the majority of his living operating outside the law, you sure take your civic duty seriously. Information brokering isn't illegal. What people choose to do with my advice... Do you declare the income permit on your taxes? Sorry. I promise to take a look at what you sent over. Ballot propositions. Public Works, construction headed to ballots. Why is Morgan in a rave girl fit? Presumably because she's downtown. With elections coming up, a number of measures related to infrastructure, public works, and funding for city programs will be on the ballot soon. Read on to get an overview of some of the most hotly anticipated issues you'll be able to vote on in the coming months. Proposition 436-2D. Petition for City Council to commission cost analysis on public schooling. Sponsored by Aaron, Houston, and Myers. For the last several decades, all education has been handled through private institutions, typically associated with one or more corporate benefactors. While this has eased the expense for childcare and pre-university education for many families, some citizens regularly voice concern over children being treated as customers first and students second. There are several schools throughout the city that accept students at no cost to their parents, but these are reliant on government subsidies, introducing the potential for waste and corruption, and are generally seen as subpar environments for learning. If enough voters say aye to this position, City Council will commission a study to evaluate the cost and feasibility of reintroducing direct public schooling to the city. Proposition 4921A, funding of Atlas Pillar Rejuvenation Project, sponsored by Chopin, Howe Industries, and Wickham. Voting aye on this measure will direct City Council to fund the renovation and reinforcement of the multiple Atlas pillars around the lower wards, paid for by a % increase in sales tax within city limits. Atlas pillars act as stabilizing points for the city's canopy, super infrastructure, and house all the largest public transit elevators that allow foot traffic to seamlessly flow between the canopy and street level. The measure is generally viewed favorably by representatives from the lower wards, who acknowledge that the necessary construction will be disruptive, but point to language in the proposition that guarantees easing of zoning restrictions around the pillars is vital to reducing the unemployment in the target regions. Previous, comparable proposals that renovated city pillars north of the park have been touted as successful examples, and studies have shown that poverty is down and citizen satisfaction is up in the surrounding areas. Some number of city council members representing uptown districts have voiced skepticism about these economic benefits, but none have argued against the architectural reality of the canopy's need for additional structural reinforcement. Which exactly of the city's older Atlas pillars will be targeted for this rejuvenation has yet to be disclosed. Past experience has shown that, due to the nature of vertically integrated real estate, property values in the lower wards can either skyrocket or even drop into the negative based on which pillars are rejuvenated, and the city is wary of disrupting the real estate market in the lower wards with rampant outsider-funded speculation. There are more of these. Fuck. Proposition 493-1A, renaming Atlas pillars to honor local community figures. Sponsored by Danford, Johnson, Sung Ho, and Wickham. Hello, Eel. Welcome, welcome. Nicknamed the Pillars of the Community Project. In the headlines, Prop 493 seeks to rename the Atlas pillars around the city after local leaders and national figures, replacing the current system where pillars are given alphanumerical designations based on the streets they are built atop of. Few members of City Council have spoken explicitly for or against the measure, but polls show general support among the citizenry, with some questions about how the new names will be chosen. Atlas was originally an infrastructure name for the super infrastructure constructs, but leaked blueprints and contractor word of mouth spread the moniker, and it has become rooted itself in the culture in the years since, despite having what the mayor at the time reportedly described in private as an ominous ring to it. Proposition 527-3B, Commission of Reports on Victims of Acid Snow. Sponsored by Hernandez, Lang, and Mohammed. The acid snow incident sits prominently at the forefront of the public consciousness following the Greyfall documentary that premiered earlier this year. Previously underreported on, while the industrial accident did not create snow and did not in fact add acid to the atmosphere, The film's eyewitness accounts of the scarring children received that early morning nearly 2 decades ago as they played in what they thought was an unseasonable snowfall have spurred public outcry. If this proposition receives enough eyes at the ballot box, the city will commission a full investigation into the victims of the incident, including assessment of damages for what could one day be a public fund for medical treatment. Critics of the proposition argue that after 20 years, few of the victims will still be residents of the city, assuming they can be found at all. Others point to the state lawsuit Gundu Chemicals settled 15 years ago as sufficient compensation for the victims, though as one of the conditions of that settlement, Gundu did not admit any fault or wrongdoing on the part of corporate leadership. Did you get all that? Good. How can you be this calm? It's like this doesn't come around, well, ever. Frankly, I'm still surprised they were willing to put up the funds it took to commission this thing. What do you think changed? Nothing ever changes in the lower wards. Is what I would say if I was feeling dramatic. Heartbreak made organized crime look like a bunch of cowards hiding under rocks. Is what I would say if I was feeling comedic. Don't joke about heartbreak before sending a woman off into the lower wards by herself. 'Cause you're such a delicate flower in need of protection. How about you start feeling analytic and give me your real answer? Fine. In my humble opinion, the Rust made the first move. Demand for their products has gone up, so they set to work with their syringes and cleavers and vans. Mobile chop shops hunting for product to fill the supply gap. Supply gap? You can't spit without landing on a Vitruvian clinic. How's the biggest it's ever been? What mods aren't being printed to demand? It's replacement parts, not the mods of the Rust harvest. Vitruvian How and all the others interested in helping you fix a faulty pump, they just want to sell you a whole new model. The Rust might not always be pretty to look at, but even law-abiding citizens will gladly swallow their distaste for a discount that steep. A lot of modders are veterans, not easy prey. Correct, hence the Rust stockpiling weapons, and in response, the Blue Bloods sensing escalation. But that's just my hypothesis. I ever get pulled into an alley and wake up missing a kidney, we'll call it a formal theory. It's not like we're talking about a weapon of mass destruction. What makes the Blues think they can win a gang war with it? Maybe they found the right soldier to wield it. The idea lingers in the air for a moment as I gaze out the window. Windows and neon and advertisements galore float up past us like bubbles of air as we make our descent down into our beautiful city's scenic lower wards. How's this part go again? Through me, the way to the city of woe. Through me, the way to eternal pain. Through me, the way among the lost. Inferno, Canto 3. Olympus Company mentioned! Is that a motherfucking Dante's Inferno reference? Welcome to the underworld, Dante. Sometimes hot, sometimes misty, sometimes choking with poison. Always dark. That the official forecast? Yeah, more accurate than whatever's on your phone. Between the skyscrapers, the generators, the turbines, and the canopy, every city block's got its own climate down here. 9 circles of fresh hell. If you get the reference, say something. Don't make me feel crazy for 5 minutes so you can feel smart for 5 seconds. The smog of the lower wards lingers on your skin long enough after you make the climb back out. This place clings to you, unwanted, cloying attachment. But there's an honesty to all human interaction down here that makes it trivial for me to navigate. And it's got a nightlife rife with opportunities for someone with my particular interests. Sorry I couldn't get you anything else to work with. It was short notice. I know better than to bet against you by now, Red. But still. It's sweet of you to worry. But this is a surefire thing. Spoken like a true addict. I mean it. I'm here for business, not pleasure. I don't plan on leaving anything to chance. So good to have Morgan back. The character of ever. Avoid the populated streets. Turn away from the brightly lit spots. Follow the trail of graffiti and broken cameras, past food stands and steam vents, down the rabbit hole. It sounds more complicated than it actually is in practice. It's easy to end up on the wrong side of town, as long as you're trying to. Reinhardt's map narrowed the search a lot more than I expected, but I'll be on my own from here on out. It's gotta be one of these 3 buildings. So, let's go over what I know. I'm looking for a base of operations for a mid-tier kind of pod. Rougher than a storefront, not as fortified as a headquarters. A location that makes customers feel safe, not trapped. Of course, if I just start knocking on doors, they'll probably find me, with weapons drawn. So, if I want to be smart about this, I better use all my senses. A bit cleaner than the other buildings around here. Could be someone spending money on upkeep. Or maybe this one's just been torn down and rebuilt the least. There are a couple bodies lingering around outside it. They don't exactly have that organized criminal associate edge. Obviously, we still have Morgan. You still have Morgan. Her, I don't think any of her data profiles changed. No, I think this is different from last time. Fave Flower, the funny looking red one. Spider lilies. Of course. Terms. Organized criminal associate is the label most widely used within law enforcement for individuals who are members of criminal organizations, supplanting terminology used during the first half of the 21st century, in accordance with changes to the organization of recruitment for and internal culture within organized crime. Frequently abbreviated with some artistic liberty as orcs or the more common orcas, law enforcement professionals often use related nomenclature when discussing organized criminal activity in informal settings. For example, an orca may also be referred to as a killer whale, KL, or KW. A group of orcas may be called a pod, while a known gathering place might be labeled a den. God, this game's setting is so cool. Rust, the domestic criminal organization known as the Rust, is more accurately described as a loose collection of smaller gangs, sets, and racketeering operations that formed out of a necessity rather than any particular shared value. Broad powers granted to the state and law enforcement to address civil unrest during the 60s meant that small to medium-sized criminal organizations could not survive on their own, as virtually all their members could be detained indefinitely if one or more members were suspected of racketeering under new laws that classified gang activity as terrorism. While the Rust has evolved since its chaotic initial formation, the spirit of it lives in the highly diverse culture of the Rust component, cells or pods. So, there's a big organized crime syndicate called the Rust. Historically, the Rust has been associated with elevated levels of gang violence, earning themselves a fearsome reputation that has fortunately limited their ability to assimilate themselves into other segments of society. In People v. Harmonique Systems, the state alleged that Harmonique had on numerous occasions employed the Rust as a kind of extra-legal mercenary force in pursuing aggressive market negotiations. Okay. I've picked up the main details. Mods, body modification. Users also frequently searched for, can you return mods? Can you undo mod surgery? Best reviewed neural implants 2086. She's not green, she's sepia. But that doesn't necessarily mean anything. A lot of pods will pay civilians good money just to keep their eyes open. It's certainly dark. But there's a camera out front, and it's not broken. Overall, it's probably just some mechanic garage that shuts down the power to save money at night. Control is auto-find, right? Yeah. Oh, this place looks like shit. Looks more like a haunt just dry enough for users to pass out in than anything else. It's plenty inconspicuous, but a dealer of the level I'm looking for would be considered a made man. Respectable. I doubt they'd be willing to have step over trash constantly just to keep a low profile. I wonder what she gets up to with those power washers. Maybe a girl just likes to power wash. Anywhere else? Or is it just this? Looks like it's just this. Is there any... Who among us has not enjoyed a little bit of Power Wash? Sim was in the team's top sellers. It's such a satisfying game. Thank you, Jen. 20 months. Lawyer princess time. Yes, indeed. Lawyer princess, definitely not a serial killer. The windows are all dark, like no one's home. But they're all shut, too, so it could be just be that they're tinted. Alley's clear. Fire escape's still there, for the most part. Could pass for an alternate exit, if need be. And that door looks sturdy enough to bounce a bullet off. Someone's been renovating. Okay, might as well pull the trigger. Dingy, but not a shithole. Some secure features, but the paint's not too shiny. Goldilocks takes it. This is my best bet. Why do I feel like I'm being watched? Well, because you are, Morgan. Whoa, you've got eyes on that. Hello, new freak. Hey. Great acting. You supposed to be the lookout? Red Hood. What'd you say? People come down here to be anonymous, or the closest thing to it in the modern day. It's considered poor etiquette to stare at anyone for more than a moment. It's a faux pas to make an effort to remember someone. Commenting on another's dress isn't a slap to the face, but it is odd. Go away? At least they can take direction. Whatever, a lookout being around just confirms that I've picked the right building. Time to try the door. What'll make them open up? No answer? Should I have tried knocking in a pattern? Shaving a haircut? No, that would be too silly. I have money! Actually, I have a dark card. That should have provoked a reaction. A grunt, footsteps, something. I place my hand against the door absent-mindedly, ready to move to plan B. And I feel movement. Locks being checked. Perhaps a doorknob palmed? Anxiety and curiosity pit against one another by an onlooking greed. How do you enter a closed room? First, you try pushing. When that doesn't work, naturally you... Forget it, I'll find some other. No need for master keys or any other trickery. If you know what you're doing, doors will open for you. Like magic. The door's not the only thing that's been reinforced around here. This apartment building, motel, whatever it used to be, someone's made a lot of effort to file it down. Hallways blocked off with chicken wire and stripped furniture, access panels ripped out, doors welded shut. They took a maze and ground it down into a one-way street. Or maybe a shooting gallery with blaring musical accompaniment. Don't get any ideas, got no vacancy. And here I thought I'd found my dream home, Mr. Call me Trey. And too bad, we're closed this month. Wait, you're serious? You rent these out? Of course we do. This is a business. Right, and you, see a lot of demand? This is the lower wards, bitch. Oh, sorry, this is the lower wards, bitch. He sighs the word without emphasis, like a subconscious honorific. I'm not honored, but I can't find it in myself to be offended either. Tons of stray ducks will pay top for a site to lay low a night or two. I can see why. This is the hallway. The rooms are clean. Sure. Look, the doors are heavy, the locks are all physical, and it's quiet. So this is a safe house for rent. Safe rooms for rent. But like I said, we're not open for business right now. Curious. Come on, up the stairs already. And no masks when we get up there. And curiouser. A good mask is like a good pair of boots in the lower wards. Keeps you clean, keeps you moving, makes your journey a dozen times more comfortable. And if you leave the house barefoot, you can expect to bring back something unsavory attached to you. It's not odd for him to be barefaced, but demanding that I not wear mine is... Seriously, stuff it in your pocket. Now. Forgot I was wearing it. Why so nervous, though? We're not... I ain't nervous. Nothing to worry about, then. Yeah, but you need to lose those gloves, too. So that's their game. This isn't a power move, it's insurance. If this place ever gets busted, evidence of my visit will be all over the place. They're giving their customers extra incentive to make sure this shithole remains a hidden gem. A reasonable idea on their part, but it doesn't change my answer. Refuse. That's not happening. Bitch. Whatever. Have fun explaining to the boss why you can't follow basic instructions. That does sound fun. Watch it. You're a guest here. A guest? I'm a paying customer. And if you try to get me to remove any more articles of clothing, I'm leaving a scathing review. You haven't paid yet. Come on. Right behind you. Through here? Yeah, hey, I'll get the door. Well, look at this punk. Huh? Look at all of these fun characters. Howdy! Where the hell did you find her? Must have fallen out of the canopy like a ripe as shit fruit. Because if she didn't fall out of the damn sky, that would mean Trey opened the door for her. Right, Trey? Tanks, come on, she... How hard is it not to open a goddamn door? Well, she has... Shut up. The others aren't fazed by his volume. This is normal. The big guy's always... But his outburst is giving me a moment to take in the scenic view. Brings a tear to the eye. You. Me? Who else? Hit that. A cigarette? It's laced with drugs. Oh, don't. I'd love an excuse to kick your ass back down those stairs. Think I'm a cop? They think I'm a cop and cops can't use drugs when undercover? I could quote them the exact law that invalidates this legal defense, but I gather that wouldn't assuage their concerns. Well, what's it gonna be? Don't mind if I do. I love free shit. Hey! Damn, bitch, breathe! But you offered. Trey, who the hell is this? This red bitch? You trying to jinx us? She's a customer. I know she's a customer. We get customers every other day of the goddamn year. Why'd you have to bring her in here tonight? There we go. This is it. Found the place. Well, Creek, she's got... Look at me. Don't talk to Creek. Talk to me. She's got a dark card. Ooh. I ran the cereal downstairs. Scanner's got hot like a hand warmer trying to crunch it, so... It's legit, right? Dark card, huh? I nod. Hard not to start playing a little more conservatively once you know the stakes. Whatever the specifics of their leadership structure, they're all looking to this Creek right now. But I don't know his rhythm yet, so I can't exactly match it. For the moment, silence is golden. Yeah, but tonight, Creek? With all the other shit we're expected to shovel? Hey, shouldn't talk like that in front of the customer. Customer. You'd think the word was old toothpaste the way he spat it out. Translation. Outsider. Thanks. Yeah, Miller, I know. All the more reason we should tell this bitch to get slagged. Look, she's here now. So why not take her money? You know what? I got a better idea. Apply directly to the forehead. The loud one. Tanks is pressing a barrel directly into my forehead. Why not take her for all she's got? The metal feels cool on my skin. Reminds me of a stethoscope. Breathe in, and try not to sigh at the theatrics. Instead, I make eye contact with Creek. Hey now. You can put that away. He reholstered his firearm without so much as a click of the tongue. Mid-tiers, like I thought, they've got something approaching discipline. Mind the safety. Get screwed. So, we good? We're good, we're good. We are good, right, Creek? Fighting a thin needle, lady. A lot of moving parts beneath the surface here. Give me a minute to clear my schedule for you. Make yourself at home. In the meantime, just don't hover. Yeah? Of course. You won't even notice I'm here. Let's see what we have to find. You doing inventory over here? Ow. Ouch. Must have caught you on the worst night of the quarter. Quarter? This ain't a meg operation, lady. We take our inventory daily. Alright, new words. And new profiles. We know all of this somehow. Entrepreneur, likes making money, likes making friends, dislikes doctors. Grand theft, case dismissed due to lack of evidence. Extortion, case dismissed due to witness recanting. Pronouns any. Diversity win. October 6th. Heavens Miller smiles. October 6th, 177 centimeters, 69 kilograms, blood type B, occupation tradesman. Likes horror films, bubblegums, and terrariums. Dislikes bookies, gin, and cops. Vandalism, 4 arrests, 4 convictions. Extortion, 2 arrests, 0 convictions. Littering, no incidents on record. Keeps the man clean. Sung Main Tray Trench, April 2nd. Height 177 centimeters, weight 62 kilograms, blood type O positive. Occupation freelancer, likes vending machines, skate parks, and ice chips. Dislikes rich kids, fried food, and cops. 3 arrests for loitering, no convictions. 2 arrests for larceny, 1 conviction. No truancy. And tanks. Anchor Tanks Tan. August 11th. 191 centimeters, weight 101 kilograms, blood type A negative. Handyman, likes parkour, spray paint, and stainless steel. Dislikes beer cans, water stains, and cops. Assault, 2 arrests, no charges pressed. Grand theft, 3 arrests, 2 convictions. Incarceration, 18-month juvenile correctional campus. Not the craziest criminals. And Meg. Meg is a derogatory and hateful term used to refer to so-called megacorporations or anyone who works for them. There are numerous unverified explanations for how the term originated. Some say it is a natural evolution from the slang word shark, which was used to refer to ruthless individuals or businessmen in the late 20th century. Others claim that Meg was originally short for Megan, a sort of archetypal individual that defended the contributions that corporations made to society. Tired of having to read anti-industrious sentiment on the net? Check out our Otter censor tools that replace harmful words like Meg with family-friendly alternatives like job creator or patriot. Say it again, it's good to be back. Torture. You gonna suggest we put it all down in a spreadsheet, get everyone to sign off every hour? Got a special name for anything with more than 1 signature on it. A cricket case. He's corrupting the CRICO acronym a lot, but his risk assessment isn't misguided. More terms, baby! The Combating Racketeer Influence and Corrupt Criminal Organizations Act provides for increased law enforcement powers and impunity when investigating and prosecuting organized criminal charges. It's RICO? No, it's not. It's CRICCO. The CRICO Act allows for prosecutors to link multiple individual charges of racketeering, contraband, smuggling, or other smaller infractions into criminal conspiracy charges against the entirety of a criminal organization. Though much of the law is built off of previous legislature designed to assist prosecutors in fighting organized crime, the CRICO Act is distinct in that it makes clear the distinction between criminal organizations and corporations that may be operating in violation of the law, considered necessary to adapt to changes in the drug trafficking, gambling, and sex work industries. Before the CRICO Act, prosecutors would at times seek to designate corporations engaging in aggressive market or cartel-like behavior as criminal organizations, arguing that their structure is not significantly different from what we call the mafia. That can't be good. Post-CRICO corporations with legal business charters registered with the state are effectively immune to criminal conspiracy charges, are instead prosecuted through the trade courts. Some of the more liberal-leaning members of the judicial system have argued that this emboldens certain aggressive corporate behaviors and complicates attempts to prosecute criminal organizations, who make some amount of their profits through legally registered and operating businesses. Others point to the relatively higher penalties in the trade courts as sufficient deterrent for criminal activity on behalf of either corporate or mafia parties. In criminal courts, sentences for individuals can be as severe as life in prison, but in trade courts, guilty verdicts can result in entire companies being deregistered and all of their assets being acquired by the state. Users also frequently searched for how to avoid CRICO charges easy 2086. Prisoner's Dilemma explained. Is it illegal to gather with people? They're so fucking funny. Paperwork brings down more criminal organizations than guns ever will. Give a half-decent accountant one thread to pull on, and they can rip apart the mafia in less than a business day. Hey, what did Creek say? Don't hover. It's only hovering if I'm bothering you. Am I bothering you? If you were bothering me... You'd know it. A lot of voices this time. Okay, let's see what else we have. Pester, talk, and remark. Let's talk to Trey. You good, buddy? You're feeling a little sweaty. Oh, well, that's just because I was exercising before you showed up. Huh? Bitch, you don't believe me? Who do you think we do? How do you think we defend what's ours down here? I assumed the gun I was acquainted with just now played a role. Think we can afford to break the bank on bullets? It's easy to buy a gun. Pulling the trigger is also easy. Like kissing it goodbye. It'll rat you out first chance it gets. An aversion to firearms would explain the relatively low fatalities for gang-related violence. The big names can afford to buy a new gun every week, but for everyone beneath them, it comes down to crowbars, clubs, knives, and mods. Well, I'm sure you all do very well in your fistfights. Fistfight is juvie. Sounds like a recess shit. Sorry. Fisticuffs? Laugh it up. The first time you hear the sound a steel arm makes caving a skull in, you'll get exactly how we operate. Right. Sorry. Did I interrupt a game? What's your poison? 5-card, full blind, Monaco rules? Are those games? We just screw around with whatever we got to kill time, lady. You know your stuff. You ever play around here? Now and then. The hell? You go slumming for card games? Now and then. Have I seen you at a game before? Maybe up by the 30s? Sorry, must have been some other red. Damn, thought I'd finally gotten my second chance at getting that beauty's contact. You practiced that one a lot? Practiced it a little. How's it working? Keep practicing. So... door. That door is nearly as sturdy as the one out front, but a lot more slapped together. What was it originally? Not a walk-in freezer or something. What? No, we had an agreement about hovering, yeah? Yeah. It's barred from this side. Let's pester tanks. Why are they letting you be in this room at all? They're dealing with some business and then they'll let me, pay for a safe room. What? Nothing. You're just kinda glaring at me. It's my job to glare at suspect bitches like you. Tanks is just superstitious. Though I wouldn't call it a superstition until it stops keeping you alive. Am not. Did I pass a black cat on my way in or something? It's your clothes. Again? Didn't know your fine establishment had a dress code. Not a code, it's just bad goddamn luck to wear red. Bad luck to see red, man. Same thing. You see the red hood, then you fear for your life. Cosplaying as her is weird, but won't doom you. Great, it'll only doom us. I don't think I've heard this particular ghost story, boys. Really? You were blending in so well. The Red Rider Hood? The Shinigami? Grim Reaper of the Lower Wards? Spot her on a misty night, end up dead by morning light. Come on, Greek, don't start that shit when you don't even believe it. Don't have to believe it to have heard the rhyme. You've never heard of the Red Rider Hood? Little girl in the fog in a big red raincoat? Misted in the crossfire of a shootout between pigs and robbers, wanders the wards seeking revenge. No, never. Not even Uptowners knew this stuff. You gonna tell me you've never heard of the Cyberpunk or the Little Lord next? Guess I don't know. Alright, well. I can guess what misted is. A slang term meaning to shoot or to kill that originates from the bloody spray produced when a modern firearms projectile makes contact with living tissue. Yep, that was easy. I want to know about the cyberpunk, though. A mythologized countercultural icon or way of being. Originally a term coined in a short science fiction story and later having grown into a genre all on its own, cyberpunk or cyberpunk historically is referred to a counterculture blah 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 blah. While the genre has persisted to modern times and evolved in numerous ways, over the last 2 decades it has taken on a new meaning as a kind of mythologized way of being for the adolescent or disaffected to aspire to. A code of conduct that emphasizes anti-authoritarianism, community organizing, corporate disengagement, and socio-economic consciousness. The so-called singular cyberpunk has become the 21st century man without a name, a wanderer with their own rule of law. Cultural critic Simon Essentia summarized the appeal as thus: "There's no such thing as a 21st century hero. Is it any wonder the most vulnerable among us turn to the past for guidance?" Users also frequently searched for, "Get ready with me, cyberpunk." The 99 Man explained, "Are co-ops illegal?" Or maybe you're just not as smart as you think you are. Says the grown man, sweating because of a ghost story. How about I take extra care not to walk under any ladders for the rest of the night and we call it even? Walk under any... Where would you even find a... Oh, do you mean stepladder? Now who's afraid? You look pale as spit. Because, for some reason, I just got the horrible feeling that I lost a bet. Alright, come here, pull up a chair. Let me ask you something before we get started. What was your first job? Waitress. Waitress. You remember this feeling? 9 p.m., diners filter out, doors close at 10. Y'all start turning off the grills, taking out the trash, settling down, and then some mouth breather comes in at 9:40 with big blank eyes, expecting you to find him a table. Yeah, asshole behavior. Not breaking any rules, can't arrest him, can't shoot the guy, even if you wanted to. So, related note. You're here to buy. A paying customer. Happy to have you. Just read the room, okay? Sure. And no haggling. Now what are you here for? Well, I'll be honest about that. Time to build a story. This creek seems less high-strung than the others. He must have a few years and a couple promotions under his belt. He might be at the 3rd floor at the moment, but in spirit, he's still on the street, earning. Everyone above him is in more managerial positions. He's in between crowds, isolated. And he seemed entertained by my poke at the big guy. Putting that all together, I'm not actually here for myself. The truth is, I can't hear anything over the damn screen. I grab the remote sitting on the edge of the desk and turn off the screen. That's better. The hell you do that for? It was too loud. We like it loud. Screws with bugs and wires and cops. Are you a cop? Keeping it at that volume could damage your ears. You'd end up yelling all the time. Relax, Tanks. Cut her some slack. She smoked enough of your shitty roll to... I was gonna say fall over, but you seem... sober. Me. You got chrome lungs or something? I've just always had a very high tolerance for that kind of stuff. You can do a bunch of drugs and not even enjoy it. Shit, you must have been popular in school. Not exactly. But clearly I'm not invincible. I'd never talk about myself if I wasn't at least a little stoned. My bad. We usually pride ourselves on not giving a shit who our customers are. Thanks for making me the exception. Now, like I was saying, I'm actually here for someone else. My boss, to tell you the truth. Ha! That sucks. Does your regional manager want a made-to-order heart attack at his retirement party or something? You're not that far off. His son's turning 18, and he wants a party. An organic party. How's that supposed to mean? Hell if I know. But a coworker let slip that I smoked a few times in college. So, boss goes and hands me his dark card, slaps me on the rear, and sends me down here. Told me to get everything his son needs for the best graduation ever. That's rough. A pretty lady like yourself shouldn't be stuck running errands at this hour. Not in this part of the city. It's not safe. Speaking of which, Miller. Stand up. Raise your hands. I oblige, but the lanky one keeps staring at me oddly, looking me up and down. Not complimentary. He's searching for something. See, normally I would never be this poor of a host to such a nice customer, but... bosses, right? Yeah. Mine have been real micromanaging lately. It's kind of becoming a problem. So, we're taking a little more care around new faces. Tucked inside our jacket, around the left pocket. His eyes aren't modded. Did I give it away with my body language? Something you want to share with the class? Forgot I had that, maybe. Yes, I have a knife on me. Should I have declared that on my papers? Would have been the polite thing to do, yeah. Sorry for the poor manners. But a pretty lady like me, this part of town... Guess I was just being careful around new faces. Alright. You're letting her keep it? I got you here to protect us. Have to wonder, though. Why'd a high-power corporate mover shaker come in person? Why come to us? Why not go across the skywalk over to the nearest Icaria-owned dispensary? Cagey tonight, aren't we, boys? Hell are they so suspicious for? And who are the Icaria? The name sounds vaguely familiar, but... Well, I can read between the lines. They're the competition. So if these blue bloods are being this cautious around a paying customer, I can shame them over it. Just quick check blue blood real quick. The international criminal organization most commonly known as the Blue Bloods originated in the early 21st century as an offshoot of Eastern Hemisphere triads that subsumed various dockworkers' unions. Loosening international corporate regulations and increasing job opportunities at the time made it difficult for traditional unions to gather and maintain bargaining power. Simultaneously, many triads struggled as increasing nationalism around the globe, combined with improvements in border security, made the profit margins for smuggling smaller and smaller, even as demand for foreign goods went increasingly unmet. Historians and criminologists debate on the exact origin of the Blue Bloods, and even among ex-members, there remains debate about which side approached which, or when the Blue Bloods became a distinct entity. What is agreed upon is that by the mid-21st century, the Blue Bloods were a significant presence in every major trade port around the world. smuggling goods across borders and extorting multinational corporations by threatening to withhold or destroy merchandise as they entered the country. They wrote a fucking essay in this. Domestically, the Blue Bloods seem to have given serious consideration towards legitimizing their activities for a time, acquiring legal charters of business for many of their shipping and security operations during the 2050s. The same time period also saw a cooling of hostilities between the Blue Bloods and many of their rivals, with gang-related violence dropping precipitously. Civil disruptions and suspected changes in leadership during the 60s, however, reversed this trend. Last paragraph. While the Blue Bloods remain a major player on the global criminal trafficking market, their status of criminal concern was officially downgraded to moderate by the state during the 2070s. Most criminologists agree that their national presence is now relatively weak and has remained so for long enough that the organization's broader global leadership is likely uninterested in expanding the resources it would take to change the status quo. 2-bit smugglers. I mean, sure, everyone knows the Ikari have taken the lion's share of the city. I just didn't realize they had a monopoly, too. Hey, get it straight. The Ikari won't be on top anymore once we... never mind. Can we not do business? No one said that. So, what'll it be? Well, I don't want any of these kids choking on their own foam. Even if it'd be funny to watch. I figured I'd just buy a bunch of downers and maybe a handful of uppers. Let half of them get high off the atmosphere. Downers, huh? We've got the new titration of lime. Lasts for hours. Yeah, they can stir it into their watered-down beers. Wait, new titration? No one's gonna shit themselves, are they? No. Not until the morning, at least. Alright, well, I can live with that. What have you got on the other end? Got plenty, long as they don't mind hippos. Hypodermics? I feel like these baby shark types would get nervous around needles. You got anything they can inhale? Well, got a lot of nerve. Fast bump, high plateau, and a smooth ride down. Our bestseller. Sounds great. Unfortunately, it's in high demand, so... I get that he's selling me drugs, but does he really have to sell me drugs? Hey, it's not my card anyway. Charge it. Gladly. Typing away at his tablet like this, he almost looks white-collar. It checks out, right? The cereal's legit, so... Yeah, man. You've already said that. It's encrypted, Trey. It's not meant to be a one-tap purchase. Dark Card, the gold standard of untraceable fund transfer among the criminal and financial elite. Your average citizen wouldn't recognize it as anything special. It looks like any other credit or debit card. Only reason I recognize it is because they got flashed all the time back at my apprenticeship. Mostly for drawing lines, but sometimes for purchasing. Hard to convert the funds back into cash, but if you want to buy or sell on the black market, you couldn't ask for better. So what the hell is going on? I'm dangling some very enticing bait here. An amenable mark spending money that's not her own. They should be salivating over me. Instead, they're practically x-raying me. Why? Interesting decor. Finally, someone notices. It's nice, right? It's called cherry wood. Redid the paint myself with a finish I had imported. It is a nice piece of furniture, Creek, but I was referring to your paperweight. Oh, yeah, that. You like it? Yes, sure. It has a certain rustic simplicity. Though it's not exactly gleaming, have you considered giving it a polish? That'd be a crime. No? Polishing off the battle scars from a hard-won prize? Prize? It's not yours. Something I picked up on the job. A masculine voice, muffled, possibly gagged, and stifled. as if pained. Seems like I'm not their only guest tonight. Really wish you'd left the music on, lady. Sorry? You say something? I completely spaced out just now. Didn't hear a word you said. Okay. That's okay. I didn't say anything. Guess you aren't so stupid you can't even mind your own business. Speaking of my business, how are we looking? The card's still processing. Sorry about that. I guess it takes time to snake a wire through enough pinholes that even the almighty state can't track it. Takes power, too, apparently. Batteries plummeted. The dark card. Almost more trouble than it's worth. Definitely didn't do its previous owner any good. Before I palmed it off his corpse. Your boss must be a careful guy, delegating you to come down here with this. Yeah, maybe. Not very smart, though. He has no idea what any of this shit costs. If I treat myself after I finish here, it's not like he'd ever know the difference. Good on you ripping off the bastard, a woman after my own heart. There it is. Now I just need 2 thumbs and a password for verification, and we're golden. There a problem? Yeah, is there a problem? No, no problem. Sorry, it's just something I heard. And what's that? That the Blue Bloods had gotten something special in recently. Can't trust everything you hear out there. Or read. Or see. Oh, no, of course not. But is it true? A no mask. Like the man said, you gotta be careful what stories you listen to. Come on, what could it even cost? A couple thousand? I wouldn't know. I'm no art appraiser. But I do know that it's rare. Fun fact, no means talent, but I don't think that translation does it justice. Less than a dozen people on the planet who can make them. What's so special about it? I mean, them, if they exist, which they don't. You want a mask, you've already got one on your chin, lady. State puts up cameras, we put on masks. State adds layered scans, we wear helmets. High tech climbs higher, low tech punches lower, back and forth, up the escalators. But a no mask's got tech that can't be answered. Scissors sharp enough to cut rock. Anti-facial recognition, fractalized active defense. Any camera or scanner or ad looks at that mask, they'll see a face. Within a face, within a face, within a face until fatal error. Forget hiding from cameras, searching for blind spots. With a no mask, you could just walk down the busiest street in the city and brick every camera in half a kilometer. You know your stuff. Buyer beware. But if this mask could do half of what you think it could, anyone who got their hands on it wouldn't part with it easily. So how much? More than you can afford, that's for sure. I don't know about that. I've got pretty nice stock options. Maybe you do have the money. That's not the issue. I can't sell it. It's already been spoken. End of discussion. Well, sure, you can't sell something that's been spoken for. But things get misplaced all the time. Delivery carriers showing up at the wrong address, missing packages ending up in the backs of storage facilities. Merchandise falling off the back of the proverbial truck. You weren't sent here on some errand. Shit. What? What is it? Take a long look, boys, because you may never get another chance. We're breathing the same air as a genuine consultant. Shh. She's some kind of Mega Meg spy? If I was, couldn't exactly come out and say now, could I? Oh shit! Is it really this easy? Yeah, that's real smart talk. Now give me one reason I shouldn't paint your brains onto the wall. Because I still haven't paid for my purchase? Definitely got the nerves of a consultant. They teach you that at some fancy uptown corpo school? Or was it something you were born with? Something I was born with? Probably. But believe it or not, I'm glad we're having this conversation. Honesty always speeds up the negotiation. So, in the spirit of cooperation, why don't you start being honest too? How's that? You don't want my money, traceable or otherwise. Only reason you'd entertain a customer while in the middle of whatever bottleneck you're keeping behind that door is because I have something rare that you desperately need. Don't assume desperation or need. How about want? You want the dark card account itself, not whatever shitcoin currency it holds. And why is that? To steal from your bosses. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. They're the ones stealing from us. Yes, I'm sure you have very legitimate grounds for a wage theft suit, but I don't care. Whether it's for running away, skimming off the top, or just as insurance. You want a wallet they don't have eyes on. And since your tall friend hasn't misted me yet, it seems like you're willing to barter for it. So, the card for the mask. Not even close. The card plus 2 quarters worth of my salary. That's nearly. Ah, sister, you don't have the cash for this purchase. And it ain't the kind of thing you can get a loan from the bank for. I don't like it, but not cash then. Might as well try it. What about information instead? I'm not gonna say it's impossible, but it would have to be one hell of a piece of intel. I could give you heartbreak. What'd she say? Funny. That is funny. Heartbreak, the most famous anarcho-terrorist in the country at some Meg's beck and call. Upgraded to anarcho-terrorist now? Ugh. Lots of people were laughing very hard, having shorted the right stocks right before each of his kills. Hold up, seriously? No. Why do people buy this conspiracy shit so easily? I don't get the joke. Why would we want heartbreak? To learn from him, make an example of him, hire him. You Blue Bloods have been fighting the Rust, the Icaria, the state, and everyone who wants a peace for decades. Yet, Heartbreak's gotten more notoriety than all of you combined in only a few months. There's really nothing you'd want to say to him? Nothing you'd want to ask him? If he was sitting right in front of you? The following scene contains loud noises, flashes of light, depictions of violence and gore. Woo! Hell of a bluff, I'll give you that. I thought it was worth a try. Sorry, just procrastinating, having to get back to my superiors empty-handed. No, it was good. Good effort. I mean, I'm still interested in the dark card, it's just... that mask is a death sentence, crafted specifically for one very special customer. I'm just the one given the honor of hanging on to it until... Sounds like you've got your own office politics to worry about. Getting pulled in every direction. I know the feeling. Well, that was a bunch of drama for nothing. She gonna buy or what, Creek? Oh, I'm still buying. Not for some kid's party, obviously. Plan is, we're gonna spike the competition of this meet and greet, make the customer think they're drooling idiots. The mask was always a long shot, I was just personally curious. Curiosity can get you into trouble down here at the bottom of the world. Don't worry. I like to think I know a thing or two about discretion. I can see that. Let's wrap this up then. Your password and your thumbs, please. Sure. I'll just take off my gloves here. Oh, yeah. I make a snap with my right hand as my left extends toward the desk. Viewer discretion advised. Real quick, before I forget, do you have a bag for all of this? Only need to distract him for a second. Fuck. Less than one heartbeat. I did tell him to mind the safety. Huh? The big one made a small noise as he looked down to see that his own gun had blown a fist-sized chunk out of his torso. Holy sh... He jumped up fast. I was expecting to blow his head off. From behind, a motion, a shape charging towards me. Spinning left, I draw my knife, exhale, and lower my shoulders. There. A loudly broadcast haymaker swinging in from his right. Bad instinct. He must have gotten used to those sparklers making people flinch. I step in, and his bicep smacks dully onto my shoulder as I place my knife directly into his carotid. He's gripping that knife with all the strength he has left. Wait, is he really gonna try to pull it out? Ugh. Someone's been stabbed. What do? When applying first aid to a puncture wound, removing the foreign object is not recommended, as this can greatly increase the loss of blood. The rate of blood loss. Apply pressure to the wounds when... Another bad instinct. Oxygen cut off to the brain, already losing vision. Red! And drop. All the grace of a garbage bag, hitting the bottom of the dumpster. So that just leaves... I can't do fear screams. I can't even do fear screams on my own streams. Hasn't moved a muscle. Newest member. Weakest impact. Personally, I wouldn't have given the new guy guard duty, but hindsight's 20/20. The gun's double-barreled. 2 shots spent. And Miller still has my knife in a literal death grip. I'll have to improvise for this last one. Ah, what the hell. Why not? Oh, shit! Oh, come to think of it. How do you use this thing? Aim for the bleachers, I guess. Oh, fuck. Of the Devil is due. Episode 2. Barely got 3 centimeters into his neck. Must have hit a vertebra and stopped dead. Still, got the job done after a few whacks, but... well, it was my first time with a sword. And I've never been very good at anything the first time. I've always needed lots of practice. Okay, the music should have deadened the sound of the gunfire. And that gun was heavily modified. If it somehow still has its tags, they can't possibly be functioning. So I've got a window of opportunity. First things first, gloves back on. Ugh! Shit! Wow, someone's lively. Who the hell? Some kind of mod keeping him alive? Cruelty under his circumstances. I could hear that slug tear his intestines apart. The pain alone should have knocked him out cold, yet his fingers are limp, his eyes sharp. Paralyzed. There were rules! I thought... Blood's pooling fast. You've got 4 minutes. 4 minutes for what? Everything. You know, Meg Assassin, you're too talkative. Who sent you? Fox? Grey Lady? All that red should have either Russ knew as Rabid Dog, Caribou. It's cute how you all give each other's nicknames. You're civilian? Where's the mask? Go to hell. You just looked right at the desk drawer. I thought you said you played poker. Need your keys. A civilian thief? Theft is victimless. It's robbery when violence is involved. So you're just out of your goddamn mind! You're the last person you'll ever talk to, Creek. Your choice, but do you really want to be rude? You seem like you can take it. The key clicks into the small safe, and I pull open upon the door to reveal paperwork. Page after page of spreadsheets and diagrams and text, all printed in red. Is this important? So considerate. I'll just throw it anywhere. Okay. I was joking! 3 minutes now. Sarcasm will cost you time you don't have. There it is, the gleaming darkness at the back of the safe. So that's it. You... all this... all of us? For that? Just for that? I get asked that question a lot. Would you feel better if I had killed you for a different reason? If I had a good reason for blowing a hole in your stomach? Would it have hurt any less? Still got more than 2 minutes. Plenty of time. I could spin up whatever fairy tale you'd like to put you to bed. I bring the mask to my face, and for a brief moment, the surface seems to writhe. Is it trying to adjust itself to me? I suppose it makes sense you wanting a mask so bad. If I was hideous as you on the inside, I wouldn't want to go barefaced either. Hit a nerve. Must be the worst kind of feeling. Being seen. Seen by someone you can't even hurt anymore. Well, I see you, Heartbreak. Yeah, big, bad, faceless Heartbreak. I'm just a dumbass punk, but even I... Don't flatter yourself. Not that you're particularly perceptive. I just don't have anything to hide when a corpse is talking to me. First honest thing you've said! So what gives, HBK? You're clearly not an idealist. All the terrorism, rebellion theories out the window. You go around killing 'cause your daddy smack you around? Your mommy not hug you enough? My father never laid a hand on me. My mother hugged me a sufficient amount. So what the hell's your excuse? I don't make excuses. Then what the hell's wrong with you? Less than a minute now. I could spend that time making up a diagnosis if you'd like. Or would you just prefer I come over there and squeeze? How many? Another question straight out of the greatest hit. How can I put this? How many times have you eaten bread? Never! Got a gluten thing, bitch! Whatever. Point is, I am not a collector. This is not my hobby. I do not keep count. There is no code. Do what I want, as often as I want to. Do what thou wilt. Whole of the law, is that it? I know what you're referencing. But from where you're sitting, do I really look like the law-abiding type? I bring the mask down to my face, and again, its surface seems to shudder. Forget it. At least I know you deserve what's coming. I've heard a lot of empty threats in people's last moments, Creek. They're never that memorable. Told you that mask was a death sentence. That it was spoken for. They called in a huntsman from overseas. Home turf. Huntsman can become anyone. Go anywhere. Kill anything. It's supposed to come over and slaughter the rust. That mask was part of his payment. He'll be looking for it. Possession is 9/10 of the law. What the hell's that supposed to mean? Finders keepers. I'll forget it. I don't need to scare you. Huntsman, hunter. Too much meaning lost. Always thought better translation was pelt taker. He'll find you. Flay you alive. Wear your skin. And go and murder everyone you've ever... She laughs. What a face. Should have taken you up on dipping out early. Anything beat dying staring at a face. A face like that. So, a huntsman coming to get me. Nah, the dead and the dying make for strong bluffers. And I've seen more than enough of them try their hand at improv. Time to move. I need to scuff things up a bit more. Make this look more like an orca shootout than, well, a visit from me. Get it back, cover tracks. Weapons are inherently disposable. I can kill with anything. So I'd never bother to retrieve one from a dead man's grip. But... might have need for a knife again, shortly. So I'll be taking this back, Miller. I had to pry. Why is it the dead are always grasping? The sword was not worth the effort. Lesson learned, but now I have to remove it for this next part. His eyes. Can't tell the model from the outside, but can make a strong, educated guess at the price range. If they back up any data, it can't be more often than once an hour. It'll be 10 o'clock soon. I'm gonna need something with some heft to it. Skull. See no evil. Well, the bat's definitely spent, but his eyes are no longer a problem. And the sword is fine where it is. Not gonna tempt fate and risk nicking myself with it. That's all the burning issues addressed. Time to take care of the chores. I had to remove my gloves to convince them I could use the dark card. That means I handled all the murder weapons with my bare hands. Obviously, I'll need to wipe my prints off this gun and my knife. But I put my gloves on before opening Creek's safe and cracking Trey's skull. So what does that leave? Halt! Remember everything Morgan handled? Better try. The police don't miss fingerprints. If you're sure you've got everything, you're good to move on. Right? Focus. No mistakes. Right, the keys I took off him to open the safe. The Blue Bloods are going to find out I took the mask eventually, but I see no reason to give them any hints. And on the off chance the police get here first, I'd rather they not investigate this as a robbery. All that's to say, you can have these back, Creek. Alright. We touched the sword. We touched the remote. This is the remote I used to distract the big guy. I need to wipe my prints off it, of course, but should I turn the music back off? No, it was playing when I first walked in. Best to preserve continuity. And besides, what was it he said? We like it loud, screws with bugs. He was right about that much. A little smokescreen never hurts. Cigarette. That cigarette was in my mouth. Prints can be removed with a swipe of a sleeve, but saliva's... No choice, I'll have to take it with me and dispose of it somewhere far away. Or smoke it down to nothing if I'm feeling masochistic. Tasted like microwaved sand sprinkled with aluminum and artificial sweetener. Cigarettes do scatter particulates. If forensics finds them but can't match them to a source, well, so what? All they'll know is that there was a horrible spliff here at one point. And it would be pretty funny to see this drawn up as a quadruple homicide drug robbery with a payload of exactly one shitty blunt. The card? The dark card played its role as bait perfectly, even if it's the reason I'm having to go around wiping off prints. I'll never be able to pull funds off it, but I'd be able to use it again if... It's stuck. Creek must have dropped it harder than I realized. Getting shot in the stomach doesn't help with handling delicate electronics. No way I'm gonna risk taking the whole reader with me. I have any number of pings and strings leading back to the manufacturer, or even the Blue Bloods themselves. No, I'll wipe the dark card off it, and then set the whole reader back on the desk. For all anyone knows, Creek's pod mugged it off some slumber, and we're trying in vain to get beer money off of it. Let's see. Can we get the papers? We definitely touched them. But I don't have an angle on that. We got the sword. Oh no, we had our gloves back on for that. I think. The sword. I gripped the handle with both hands when I brought it down on his neck. Thinking back, I dragged the tip across the floor, didn't I? Shit. Probably got Miller's blood on it. That's sloppy. And stupid. Why the hell did I... forget it. There's nothing I can do about it anyway. Fingerprints can be wiped, but there's no cleaning agent on Earth that can hide blood from a modern forensics team. And I'm not looking to do an encore performance of my reaction to those goddamn fickle bobbies. Okay. We had gloves on for the bat. Hang on, let me check something. Mm. Didn't touch the cards, didn't touch the inventory. Suppose that's everything then. Assuming the papers. We got the gun earlier. Cabinet is not interactable. I can't check if I had gloves on for that, but I believe we put our gloves back on. Yeah, because we killed him, then we talked to Creek, so... Did we? Whatever, I'm sure what's-her-name will nail us for something. It's so mean that they don't say all good. Well, no, she had the gloves on for the bat. So I think the order of operations is good. Oh, we generally don't oh no, Bunny. We don't generally defend ourselves. Someone else is going to get framed for this, and then we have to, and then we know it wasn't them because we did the killing. Or this is just set up for something else. Anyways, we're going to call it done. Yeah, okay, this feels like the scene's been set. It's a strange sensation erasing your own presence. A sense of supremely private accomplishment. Like placing the last piece into a milk-white jigsaw puzzle. And then throwing it in the trash. It's not unpleasant, but I can't linger here any longer to savor it. Time to draw this to a close. Thank God for the mask. I can still tell it smells god-awful in here, but it's bearable. Rehydrated sweat and vomit, sense full of adrenaline and sickly heat. Unfiltered, I'd be at risk of getting sick. If it weren't for all the blood. Right. What to do with you? Blindfolded, gagged, hands bound above him with plastic ties and linen wrappings, beaten, bloody, and drugged. These syringes. I wanted him to stay conscious. Not very popular, are you? Still, you're not dead. And with these kind of injuries, you won't die soon. Not without a push. That might be the most charitable thing to do under the circumstances. He must have wished for death at least once during all this torture. Too bad. The bat that barred this door is now in splinters. Anyone walking in after me won't realize that this room was locked from the outside. If this captive had somehow gotten his hands on a blade, there would be nothing stopping him from stepping out of here and butchering his captors. The Blue Bloods will want someone to blame for the deaths of 4 of their men. And unlike the police, they won't bother arresting an innocent man and putting him on trial for the world to see. They'll wrap things up for me. Whoa. Hold that for me. As for the gun... What's with the... All I did was tuck the gun into your waistband, pal. Oh. Okay. I can see how that would be distressing under the circumstances. Well, you can relax about that. It's not loaded. A few minutes from now, you're gonna wish it was. Out again already. Rest up all you can. When you wake up, I want to start running. So that's probably our case. Our client. Like I practiced. Irashai! Pardon? Keep working on it, kid. Bar Kintsugi. Didn't mean to interrupt you in the middle of training your new employees. How's it working out? She's... It is she, right? Never worked this close with an ab before. She is unbearably forgiving, so I doubt you'll get sued. Yeah, she's fine. Good at cleansing, precise with her mixing, knows a hell of a lot of trivia. Popular with the younger crowd, I think. It's the place with the android bartender? They talk like I installed a new karaoke machine. I didn't know you had a younger crowd. Funny. What does that make you, Grandma? More of a learning curve to her than I was expecting. Did you cheap out on her base installs? It's like I have to teach her everything. Trust me, there's nothing cheap about Sarah. But yes, she can take a minute when learning the ropes. Grin and bear it a little while longer. Once she does find her footing, she'll have you worried about your job security in no time. Keep it up. I didn't have to do you the favor of hiring her, you know. Favor? Plenty of people out there who would kill to work in an up-and-coming, bespoke establishment like Bar Kintsugi. I think I hear them pounding on the door now. Technically, legally, you didn't hire anyone. I generously agreed to loan you my android during the hours when I have no use for it. These kinds of arrangements aren't uncommon. Androids can, in theory, work 24 hours a day, indefinitely, but their users can't. Parents come home from work, people go to sleep, staff take holidays, offices close for the night. The end result of all that slack is that a lot of androids spend a good portion of their operating time waiting around. So the more enterprising owners loan them out during that downtime, ideally to businesses with complementary working hours. There are plenty of apps and HR software to help arrange it all, but Sarah's apprenticeship wasn't that on the books. After the fallout around David's death settled down, I came to realize exactly how shortchanged I was in our paralegal agreement. She's handy for research and rote work, of course, but she barely sleeps, rarely eats, finishes paperwork at lightning speed. I was spending more time finding shit to keep her busy than I was actually working. And of course, I value my alone time. It was on one of those long walks of mine that I recalled Reinhardt was having trouble getting this bar up and running. Takes a village to keep the world's most advanced android busy. Yeah, loan, whatever. Sarah's the one who clocks in and clocks out, does the work, cleans the bathrooms. She's the employee. If she was an employee, you'd have to cover her benefits. Not in my current income bracket, I checked. 3 times. Wait, you're not taking her paycheck, are you? It's not a paycheck. Don't lawyer me on this shit. Sarah can't earn a paycheck. She's not a person. If she walks like a person and talks like a person and works like a person, the Supreme Court disagrees. By 13-0. Yeah, well. Supreme Courts have been wrong about that kind of thing before, haven't they? Do I hear a... Touché. Sarah, tell boss here what you spend your salary on. I have started purchasing cases of wine. What? Wait, that's what those deliveries were? As the wine appreciates, its resale value will increase, especially if I can predict which vintages will be in high demand. Since I don't have a bank account, I can't earn interest in the traditional sense, but if I stay up to date on the sommelier reviews. So you'll resell the wine at a profit, and what do you do with that money? Stop it. You're making her depressed. I did also purchase a cache of sheet music. What? What for? Practice. You're muttering. Forget it. None of my business. Speaking of business, the place isn't exactly packed. Well, you're volunteering to help with that? Or lawyer bars, right? Right? Well, the lawyers go after trials. Kintsugi could be a lawyer bar. Yeah, those lawyer bars are usually close to the courthouse, though. Just don't. Everything's signed and paid. I can't think about what-ifs on location anymore. This is the spot that was available, and I need a soda water with all this stress on my stomach. Sarah, 10 bar. Ahem. What are you buying, stranger? What was that? Boss has been teaching me his barside manner. He says that his clientele expect a certain degree of maturity when they come here. And so you're using a deeper voice? Is it not working? Please let me know when you're ready to order. It's a well-stocked bar. Got tea and coffee too, if that's what you're into. Nice ambiance, soft lighting, warm on a chill night and cool on a hot day. Now all that's left to do is wait for the customers to stream in. Any day now. Ryan must have searched for months to find affordable underground real estate that wasn't flooded, or already filled the brim with server farms. Putting Sarah on cleaning duty was a good call. If any of the tiling in here starts to grime up, it could start feeling like a subway station bathroom real fast. I can't click on karaoke, hang on. Oh shit! I almost missed that. No, and it's not cheating. The auto look feature is there for a reason. Did someone leave this behind after their lunch break? Could be trouble if they left anything work-related on here. I'll help them out by throwing it in the trash. After I'm done reading. Sirius debuts new fuel, named in new lawsuit. Last month, Dr. Sirius made waves in the scientific community for the dozenth time in their storied career when they announced that they had patented the process for distilling a new helium-based fuel. One intended to replace hydrogen in combustion engines ranging from personal vehicles to full-size freighters. Fuck! I didn't mean to click it. Hang on, that's not... You did not redeem Stay Hydrated. You're out of favor, bucko. For Pop Sci figurehead, Sirius sure keeps busy. Guess I don't have any evidence proving they aren't legitimately brilliant. But I can't take seriously anyone who guest stars on TV that much. Can't deny they seem to be making progress with new kinds of fuels. New fuels. Some of the only new fuels we've seen in decades. Could be decades longer before it's actually practical, but any new fuel has to be less volatile than hydrogen. Please don't throw that data pad out. Its owner might come back. Perish the thought. No, now that you planted the idea into my head. A self-fulfilling prophecy! There's more shit than I thought. It's a lucky cat. Nya. Did you say something, Adonai? No. I suddenly got the strong impression that there was something you wanted to say. Don't know what you're talking about. As you say, Deco unlocked. I think I'm ready to order. Of course. Nah, I'll take this, Sarah. Go wipe the tables for a bit. No one has sat at them since I last cleaned them. Then pretend to clean them, like a normal employee. Understood. What's got you so tense? Take a wild guess. Did Sarah ask for a raise? Be serious, Red. What happened last night? Your information was accurate, for the most part. A pod of mid-level blue bloods had it. Seems like they were told to sit on it. And were they willing to sell? Nope. Laughed at my price, called me a spoiled Meg, and kicked my butt out the door. They weren't curious where you got your information from? Honestly, no. They rushed me out there pretty fast once they heard my offer. Were they expecting more company? I got the impression they had work to get back to. Okay. Anything else I should know? No. Anything you want to ask me? How did you two meet? The tables. On my second day, you told me not to overpolish them in order to keep things lofty. Lo-fi. Is it that inappropriate of a question? You've lived in the city for decades, boss, but Adonai didn't move here until she started her apprenticeship at Masters and... If you're gonna tell people my whole life story at every possible opportunity, I'll just shred my resume and start mailing you around instead. How we met, huh? Well, that story's... not very good. I'll skip to the end and cut to the heart of our relationship, Sarah. I pay Reynard a finder's fee, and he tells me where I can get into high-stakes poker games. It's not a lie. Now you know my terrible secret. Disappointed? It is not illegal to gamble. I don't go on my phone and wager my paycheck stubs on point spreads. I gamble. And since I can't afford the entrance fees for one of those anonymous, masked ball, cult vibe blimp casinos the rich go to, I count on your boss here to find me tables to play at. Guilty. So you travel to the lower wards to gamble illegally. Truth be told, I've had my suspicions. Seeing you go out at such odd hours without so much as your phone. You gonna turn me in? Irashai! Or is it more firm? Irashai. Two firm-looking men in finely pressed black suits with shades tinted so dark they must need modded eyes to see from behind them. Despite the subtle color palette, they stand out. It's hard not to in clothes that look that expensive. Clothes with some kind of pin on them. Matching pins. More emphasis on the raw. Oh, thank you. Think I just heard the delivery drones bumping around outside, Sarah. Would you check out the back? Your vintages might have arrived. Go on. Please excuse me then. Afternoon then, gentlemen. What can I do for you? Mr. Diamani, pardon us for dropping in without first making an appointment. No trouble at all. Still, getting the place cleaned up, I'm awfully embarrassed that I failed to realize the property lay within your borders. If you'd come with me to the back, I'd be happy to settle whatever debt. We look like petty landlords to you. If you owed us tribute, you'd know it by now. My mistake. Well, if you're here for information, I'll gladly wheel and deal. How about you? We're not here to shop either. We're here looking for Morgan. Well, that name ring any bells, Mr. Diamani? Right. Listen, boys, I'm not sure. Sorry. Had something blaring in my earbud. I'm a Morgan, Esquire specifically. How can I be of service? I mostly practice criminal defense, but I do offer other services. You two look corporate. I can recommend some good workplace attorneys. Got a business card somewhere. We are not interested in that. Of course not. Well, I'm flattered that you'd come all the way here to find me. You must have already tried the home office. We can set something up for... You need to come with us now, ma'am. Hey, I thought you said there was nothing I needed to know. Business day's over for me, gentlemen. Can this matter wait until tomorrow? Does it look like it can? Great manners, this one. Time sensitive, then. My rate will have to reflect that. Send us the bill. We can afford it. Music to any lawyer's ears. So who is we, then? You think you're funny. Compared to you. Morgan! These fine gentlemen are from House Icaria. On occasion, information you went out of your way to collect in previous episodes will unlock new dialogue. It pays to stay informed. I'm familiar. You're? I've seen their name in the papers. Plastering their name all over uptown opera houses and homes for the sick or whatever. Though I didn't recognize that name when those blue bloods were cursing it last night, so maybe that propaganda's working. Doesn't matter how generous they are at galas, they're still the richest and most powerful criminal organization in the city. Rich and powerful? Why bother with the criminal qualifier? Ahem. Sorry, might I ask about the nature of this engagement? The situation is developing, Mr. Diamani. We appreciate your patience. That's not what you want to hear. So I gathered. Your presence has been requested at the family estate, ma'am. For business or... The Icaria are always business. Shall we get you your coat? Such gentlemen! Knew those suits weren't just for show. I can see myself out just fine then. Adonai? What's going on? Are you going somewhere? That's why they pay me the big bucks. These men are very athletic. Perhaps I should come with you. If they want to arm wrestle, you'll be the first to know. Call me when you get there, yeah. If I'm actually in danger, I won't even be conscious when I arrive, but I appreciate the thought. Boss? Who were those men, really? New clients from Morgan. Really. Hopefully. Hopefully. Yeah, hopefully, because if House Ikaria puts her on retainer, she'll be able to buy you as much wine as you like. But what do you mean by house? Alright, pay attention. If I'm gonna lecture, might as well try to teach. Start with ice. Start with ice. You want a lot of it, but low service area, so never use crush, okay? Starts to melt into the liquor. Waters the whole thing down. Understood. 1.5 ounces of vodka. And what do we look for in a good vodka? Smoothness. Correct. The mark of quality, making the bitter go down easy. So, the nobility. You know what that is? Historically, the ruling class, as enforced through economic or military might and maintained by familiar relations. Juice of a full lime. Look for a little spring and a consistent color across the skin. Nobility. Old money is another word for it. And the older it is, the slower it moves. Only so much wealth you could accrue in one lifetime, collecting from serfs and selling horses. But the Industrial Revolution comes along, shows the world that real wealth acquisition looks like, then you get new money, which always dwarfs old. Inflation and split inheritance shave away at any generational wealth that's liquid. Now, new money and old money, they don't like each other. Doesn't new money eventually become old money? If the old money can help it, no one ever becomes old money. Triple sec, 1 ounce. My family was new money. Tried to make the transition, join the right clubs, shake the right hands, make the right marriages. Laugh at the bad jokes. Bad jokes can be entertaining in their own right. Not the kind of bad I'm talking about. I don't understand. That's alright, you shouldn't need to know. But what do you mean your family was new money? Times changed. About 30 years ago, recession, depression, civil unrest, political upheaval. Most people, they were so scared they could barely think about tomorrow, let alone next year. But a decent man's chaos is a cruel man's investment opportunity. So while everyone else was panic selling off everything they could to buy food and water, a certain type of personality was buying, for pennies on the dollar, as it were. Give me a peel from that lime, as shallow as possible. Any white you see is just bitter. 1 ounce of gin. They were rough years, but they passed. And at the end of it all, some were left standing with a lot more than they came in with. New money. A new kind of new money. The new nobility. Neo-bility, if you're writing a think piece. Unabashed oligarchs and devourer barons. When the governments of the world tried to reprivatize the industries they'd taken over with emergency powers, they were there to snatch them. And they started at the bottom. Steel, fuel, grain, machine parts, medicine. Here enters House Ikaria. Or that's how they exited. They went into the Red Decade as the Ikaria Cartel. Drug smugglers and extortionists, thieves and murderers. They came out as one of the richest, most respectable names in the country. Not that they actually stopped doing any of that, thieving and murdering, mind you. Put the top on tight, then shake. So they are a crime family, like the mob. This is the 21st century, kid. It's muddier than that. House Ikaria is not literally one family, not even one race or creed. They're simply the strongest criminal organization in the city. On paper. But not in practice. Practice is what they're lacking. Haven't had to get their hands dirty, haven't had to maintain a presence in the lower ward in years. They make their profits from investments, blackmail, and more than a little insider trade. So they're criminal, yes, but their muscles atrophy. Time for a taste test. Oh, that's not right at all. The hell did I forget? Boss? There must have been other criminal organizations 30 years ago. Others poised to take advantage of the changing times. Yeah. So what did the Ikaria do to set themselves apart from the rest back then? Ah, stupid. Most important ingredient. Drop of grenadine. The Lady Maria. Oh, it's beautiful. This is nothing. We'd use a frosted glass if this was for a customer. Looks like a ruby in the right lighting. If you do end up helping Red work with the Icaria, don't let the warmth of the golden furnishings confuse you. All that glitters is cold. Damn. 4:03 p.m., August 14th, 2006. 2086, not 2006. That's not the right time at all. Fake question, all vodka is bad? I like vodka. It was a quiet and uneventful drive in the back of the limousine. The privacy, at least, was nice. But with Abbott and Costello riding in the front, I had no way of getting information out of them. Not even passively. Last time you had vodka and Coke on stream, you almost cried. It tasted good. I enjoyed drinking it. So instead, I spent the whole ride trying to play out all the different ways this could go. I haven't liked any of them so far. I suppose I should have felt relief or gratitude when we pulled up outside of an imposing skyscraper instead of an alley. I suppose it's a good sign that no one's put a bag over my head or stuck a needle in my neck. But I don't feel like celebrating. For all I know, they really don't have a clue about what I did in the lower wards last night. But for some reason, they've placed their attention on me. There's little I hate more than unwanted advances. Down, bunny. I'm also not a fan of being made to wait. Why am I just sitting out here? In here? We were too late. Only by a few minutes. He filled the time slot. Already? We've got no chance of... Well, maybe if his other meeting went well. Are we on hold, gentlemen? In the world's most expensive waiting room? Quiet! I take it he's glaring at me behind these lenses, but I'm more interested in the sweat glistening on his forehead. Somehow, of the three of us, I'm the most relaxed. This is becoming embarrassing. Can I at least take in the view while we're here? You can take photos if you like, so long as you're quiet. Really? No, your phone won't work in here. Go figure. That's important. That's important. Someone bout to die. Someone else bout to die, actually. The illusion isn't unimpressive, I guess. Windows into the heavens, sparkling like raindrops across a puddle. Might even be appealing, if it wasn't trying to be something it's not. You look up and see hexagons above you in the lower wards, too. Rich or poor, people just can't imagine themselves under an open sky anymore. Not even in their wildest dreams. If I weren't hyper aware of the flickering sky hanging over my head, this could make for a lovely watering hole. But those probably aren't even real fish down there. Literal children are capable of keeping goldfish alive, so of course the 0.1%ers can't manage it. Maybe they'd spin it. When their pallid bodies float to the top because of some idiot raised the water temperature 2 degrees, they'd certainly be easy to scoop out. If you're an impatient, undignified idiot, you could argue that it's an efficient way to fish. Data pad, okay. Katakoyo, 2 raids in 1 day. Welcome, welcome. Hello, everyone. I am Eris Aaron, yes, your crown princess of hell, regretting her raid choice evermore as I it's not done, don't worry. I am Eris Aaron, yes, your crown princess of hell and final boss in training. 1 day. One day I will be the Demon Queen. You're not hearing 5-ish? I am. Okay. One day I'll be the Demon Queen, but not today. Today we're playing... What's this fucking game? Of the Devil. Dusk Deadman, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the aristocracy. Our chosen raid message was Bratakoya was real. Katakoya, welcome to the aristocracy. Sedgecorn, wow. What are people today? I might blush. Just a little blush. Alerts seem to have broken down. Fuck. Just running and gunning. I hope you enjoy your stream. I am enjoying. Probably be live for 30 minutes more whenever the next break period is. Sadly, even though I am a princess in a fully staffed manner, sometimes I do have to get my hands dirty. Is it trying too hard to look unconcerned if I sit down and start reading the news? Maybe, but my boredom outweighs my apprehension at the moment. Not my fault that they failed to be sufficiently intimidating. How was your stream? We were just playing that game? Awesome! Well, hopefully I'm... Oh, you said the word again! I'll let him on you this time. Hopefully I'm not as far as you are. PSS Proposition City ahead of next month's convention. Next month, the city will play host to one of the most competitive political conventions in recent memory. I don't have that word blocked. I don't think I do? I'm pretty sure it does that on purpose. It does that on its own. I could check when I'm done. What word? For some reason, famous is blocked in my chat. I don't remember doing this. I can't think of a single reason to do this. I've got a lot of reading to do. Next month, the city will play host to one of the most competitive political conventions in recent memory. With Senator Mathings expected to face significant opposition from party outliers. We've heard that name. Humble Princess doesn't want people calling them famous. Before securing his nomination. But while the broader nation eagerly anticipates the oncoming political circus, city officials are already under fire for supposed lack of sufficient convention security. The city has already approved a record high monthly budget for the police department, including fully unrestricted overtime for officers of all ranks. But a coalition of private security services, including White Adder, Fang, and Demico, has released a press statement urging City Council to consider contracting their services ahead of the convention. Heartbreak was bad enough, and now we're hearing that the cops are dying in the lower wards. When are city officials going to say enough is enough, said Demico head of press relations Arthur Gall. We have the utmost respect for all first responders. None of us are blaming the hard-working police for these failures. How could they succeed when political insiders insist that they try to apprehend criminals with one hand tied behind their back? Our contracted forces have world-class training in crowd pacification, preemptive de-escalation and enhanced interrogation techniques, and any of the subhuman scum who empathize with anarchists won't dare to leave their mother's basements once we can get our boots on the ground. That's a guarantee. City Council declined to comment when we reached out to them to ask whether they would be issuing a request for proposals on such services. The total city population is expected to swell next month as national political spotlight draws lobbyists, delegates, political action committees, and voters in ahead of the 2-week-long process. Most of the community members we spoke to expressed optimism about the increase in economic activity and tourism the convention is expected to bring. But some, who refused to give their permission to publish their identifying info, rudely and loudly voiced their criticism. 2 weeks for a convention when the nominee was decided 2 years ago? It's a joke, and we're the punchline. Including the bill to pay cops to stay around outside parties full of thousands of do-nothing staffers and campaign managers. This article is presented to you advertiser-free thanks to the contributions of our generous donors, including Daniel Mass of the Daniel Mass Foundation, Rebecca E. Jones of the Rebecca E. Jones Foundation, Jessica and Ronald McGuile of the McGuile Foundation for the Arts and Sciences, the Rockford Fund for Public Broadcasting, and readers like you. Thank you. Please sign in to read the rest. I suppose it's less offensive than a bare advertisement or a paywall, but why list your donors mid-article? All it does is make my eyes glaze over. Whatever, I got the important parts. The city's hosting that convention next month, putting pressure on the council to vote on hiring mercenaries. Whether or not to bring in private security contractors on top of the massive policing budget. It makes little difference to me. Cops and mercs have different quirks, but they all share the same blind spots. I'll be just fine. How the average law-abiding citizen will put up with them clogging the streets for 2 weeks, though? Not like it'll be the least popular political decision made next month. Everyone knows Mallings will be the candidate. That was decided years ago. The contested convention will just be him finding a balance between how much public opposition he's willing to stomach against how many favors he feels like giving out. The country's already a circus without any bread. You'd think the least they could do is make the performances entertaining. What was that in the article about cops dying in the lower wards, anyway? Pretty heavy-handed to just make up that kind of thing, even when pearl clutching and pitching yourself at the same time. Well, I've looked around at everything that caught my eye, and now I'm all out of ideas. Everything except... maybe they don't know we're here. I'm gonna try knocking. What are you? Hey! Before I get the chance, creaking oak draws my attention to an alternate entrance on the other side of the water. Oh, hello, big man. Big man with glowing eyes. In rom-coms, we call this a meet cute. I'm kidding. JK, joke.io. Stop staring and get a move on. If that's the kind of man walking out of this place, who's waiting for me inside? Everyone knows that a Hawaiian shirt is the most imposing thing a gangster can wear. 4:09 p.m., August 14th, 2086. Karia Tower. Residential floors. Grand Hall. Pomp and circumstance, ceremony and ritual. For some reason, I thought that the Mafia of all people would be a little more efficient in their execution. A little more honest about what they are. Evidently not. Artifice with every glance, costumes and makeup abound. It's disappointment. That even here in the supposed bowels of the underworld, there's no escaping the etiquette of it all. She's the one. Doesn't look like much. Suddenly, their posture stiffens even further. A true feat. Is Morgan like 3 years old? Why does she not know how anything works? Morgan's really weird. The easy answer is that she's some kind of android, but it's too easy. The next subtly turned to a pair of doors in the back, each of them attuned to some signal I'm not receiving. Be still. The young master returns. Lumen Echo door. Tiny! Little thing! Small! You're late. Hold on. Wait. Young master, sir, Everyone slow down. We came as soon as we found her, sir. Traffic was... This is just some sassy lost child. Silence. Yes, sir. What time were you told to return by? 4 o'clock, sir. And what time is it now? Permission to check my phone. You're late. You were tasked with finding one woman and bringing her here in a timely manner. Sir, You'll speak when I tell you to and not one word further, or else I'll have your teeth removed. By way of curbside. Is this a prank? Am I being recorded? He who wishes to fight must first count the cost. So says Sun Tzu. Please let this be a prank. And I don't think you can fathom the cost your tardiness has incurred. If the lead up to my execution is some kid reading from The Art of War, I might just... What is the #1 rule in this family? Timeliness, sir. When money gets wasted, it can be replaced. But time only goes one way. It's always running out. The loss is permanent. Every second wasted is a scar on this house's face. Timeliness is next to godliness. So say I. Oh, God. So if you two ever waste my time, the house's time again, expect to be dragged through hell. I'm already there. Now both of you get out. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Useless. You. Red woman, you're being addressed. Oh, forget pride. I just want this over with as fast as possible. You're the lawyer, correct? You may answer. As fast as possible. I am a lawyer. Morgan, criminal defense, Mr... How should I address you? As all outsiders do, by my name. Makoto, of House Ikaria. You, Morgan Criminal Defense, have the great honor of being summoned before me. Don't bother bowing. Once you start, you'll end up prostrated all day, and we have important work to do. Right. Out of an abundance of respect for your time, Makoto, I should let you know that I still have no idea what I'm doing here. Oh. I'll have them kneel on a bed of nails later or some such thing. Mrs. Dufense. Mrs.? Really? The house has need of your legal services. Oh. Would you give me a moment to clear my throat? I need to switch gears. Un instant. Right then, so you want to hire me. One of our own is being slandered by multiple homicide charges. You will defend him. You want to hire me, and I'm flattered, Makoto, but did you pull my name out of a hat? Pick a random page in the phone book? I have many books on my phone. Libraries full of esoteric knowledge spread across countless tomes. You will have to be more specific. Sorry, I misspoke. What I mean is, this is House Ikaria. You must keep a small army of lawyers on retainer. Surely any one of them would be happy to help you. True, we have lawyers. competent ones, expensive ones, and some who are both. But the best of them are all preoccupied. That's it? They're all just preoccupied? Preoccupied means busy. Thanks. But I'm still not sure how my name specifically was... Do you have a customer survey you want spelled out, Miss Dufens? You were recommended. What does it matter how it came about? Normally, it wouldn't matter. When the client I'm recommended to is one of the richest, most well-connected families in the country, it gives me pause. I don't have any friends in high places. Not anymore. That makes it hard to see this as a favor. Not when my employer doesn't even know my goddamn name. Of course, my apologies. No doubt you have other questions. Very well, I'll permit you to ask them. Such a gentleman. I'll admit, I was a little taken aback to step off an elevator and into your enclosure out there. The gardens. Yes, our groundskeeper works hard on them. Does the illusion of the sky come from a live recording of somewhere else? Or is it generated programmatically? That'd take quite the equation. It is impressive, yes. As for how it works, I don't have the technical minutia in front of me at the moment. That's okay. Of course it is. A lion does not concern himself with the exterior decorations of the sheep. The lion should concern himself maybe just a little. It's your exterior and your decorations. What does it matter anyhow? If you want the specifics so badly, I'll have one of the servants put you in contact with the contracting firm. That's all right. Something tells me the constellation alone would break my bank account. I do appreciate the warm welcome, Makoto of House Ikaria, really. But legal consultations are usually more private than this. Are we certain we need the peanut gallery? Let it not be said that House Ikaria is not accommodating of its guests. We're more than capable of compensating for this nut allergy you allude to. That's so sweet of you. But do all these guards really need to be present for this conversation? If you're referring to the additional security, it can't be helped. Circumstances being what they are. Circumstances? And if you're referring to my retainers in general, then I suggest you step back into the garden and take a deep breath. Clearly, the city's fumes do not agree with your constitution. You must be lightheaded if you think that you're worthy to hold a one-on-one audience with the next head of this illustrious house. He's a prodigy to be this insufferable at such a young age. If I wasn't brought here because of what happened last night, then this is just another job. Meaning all of this, starting back at the bar, this has all just been their idea of a power move. Thank you for insisting that I get to visit your estate in person. It's beautiful here. An oasis of old-world sensibility amidst a desert of steel and neon eyesores, is what the house elders say. I've never seen anything like it. It matches your family's reputation for class. Ha! My family's reputation is power, not class. I'd take it a step further and guess you're renowned for violence rather than power. But that's a moot point. Violence can be classy. From how this house is talked about in the headlines I read on the drive over, the nature of your family's reputation seems to vary greatly depending on who you ask. Some think you've got half the gangs in the city under your control. Others think you left all that behind and are no worse than any other corporate family. Are you expecting me to ask what you think? What I think is that I'll need some basic information if I'm to adequately defend your interests. We're financiers. You don't say. Lending, investing, taking over, buying out, the Ikaria Financial Group was founded nearly 2 centuries ago. Loaning funds is high risk and high reward, but as you can see, our results speak for themselves. Ikaria Financial Group, fancy way of saying they got their start as mobster loan sharks. Okay, so there's nothing there. That's really funny. Not interested in sponsored search results? See further with a premium account. We learned about no masks earlier. Nirvana is a drug. We know about data pads. And we all know about ads. It's not impossible to get this rich with loan sharking alone, but such unsavory work wouldn't get them into ballrooms and boardrooms tiers of society. You gotta rip people off with mortgages to do that. Is lending the house's only income stream? No. Through Aurea, our holding company, the house controls any number of what a civilian like you might call legitimate enterprises. And yes, we did found the Renogen Pharmaceutical Corporation, but what's past is prologue. Renogen? They're a drug company. One of the biggest. You're saying you've no relation to Renogen presently? The company went public years ago, and Aurea divested our shares not long after. We were given one seat on the board as a formality. That's the extent of it. Given? A family like this only takes. Why is he suddenly so humble? He doesn't know the meaning of the word if he's downplaying their pull within Renogen. Renogen is a global leader in pharmaceutical research, development, and distribution. A company that puts your health before any other concern. Our groundbreaking research into combating modern medical challenges has helped millions live happy, healthy lives. And we're proud to keep fighting that fight as we pursue our corporate goals. Put our medicine in the cabinet of every home, improve patients' lives in their communities, minimize our environmental footprint through sustainable ventures, operate with dignity and pride in our ethics, deliver consistent, steady growth to our investors. Shortly after our founding, our researchers developed metformin, the first orally ingested treatment for type 2 abnormal diabetes. Is that a thing? Is there an abnormal diabetes? I know about type 2 diabetes, but I don't know of it being abnormal. Freeing millions of adolescents suffering from its effects from being subjected to painful injections. Okay. It did just hit me that they got rid of needles, and that's dope. Since then, we've gone on to improve on our formulation, and that constant dedication to perfecting our medicines has made us a national leader in pharmaceutical biosimilars. We're obsessed with perfection and driven by purpose. We'll never stop searching for the next step in the evolution of what it means to be healthy. Not interested in sponsored search results? See further with a premium account. Type 2 specifically is also adult onset. That is correct. You have reminded me of that. I guess that's what makes it abnormal. And the house must have a reason to want to distance themselves from the company. You're being very modest, Makoto, and more than a little vague. It's only polite. It's unnecessary talking to your lawyer. You aren't my lawyer, Miss Dufenz, but you will be working for me. So you'll have to become accustomed to putting your needs second. He's deflecting, and if he's trying to be subtle about it, he's not doing it well. I doubt it's possible a company with as big a boot heel as Renogen has no relation to anything that happens in the city, but I'll drop it for now. I'm in no rush to wade into boardroom politics again anytime soon. That was last chapter. Makoto! I'd like to know a little bit more about you, actually. How long have you... I am the only son of Raphael Icaria, and the only grandson of Daisuke Icaria, CEO of the Icaria Financial Group, patriarch of this family, and chairman of the house. I gather that those titles are all one and the same. As one destined to succeed the headship, commanding the family's servants is my responsibility and my birthright. So if one of them needs a lawyer, it falls to you. When our loyal men, women, or their families need help, it is my solemn duty to ensure that they are taken care of. He's Gopherane! And your age? What a boorish question. I knew that peasants outside our stratus had little understanding of the finer things, but I assumed that the one with a law degree would be educated enough to know what is and isn't appropriate to discuss. Just because I am younger than some does not mean I am any less capable of managing the people who work for me. Does it, men? Sir, no, sir! You definitely command their respect. That is no coincidence. One of the most frequently noted characteristics of great men who have remained great is loyalty to their subordinates. So says George S. Patton. I hate this fucking kid. That's so interesting. This is an important point. Perhaps another quote is called for. I don't think that's necessary. I'll grant you another. If soldiers are punished before they have grown attached to you, they will not prove submissive. And unless submissive, they will be practically useless. So says Sun Tzu. Back to back! Yes, a second quotation was called for in this instance. Only to emphasize to you that no one stays useless to House Icaria for very long. One way or another. Thank you for indulging my curiosity so graciously, Makoto. Conquer the stingy through generosity. So says Buddha. Correct! Perhaps your education is not quite as deficient as I feared. But I should make clear that in this case I was using the quote to subtly imply that you are stingy with your own graciousness. Got it. Yep. Shall we move on? I believe you mentioned a homicide. Multiple homicides. Tell me more. My head of security was arrested by the police last night in the lower wards. I knew it. They found him brutally beaten, drugged, and tortured. And instead of bringing him straight to a hospital, they arrested him for murder. He's been framed, and you must prove his innocence. Oh, Morgan. Morgan. Un instant. Is there something wrong with your voice? Is that peanut allergy you mentioned? No, I just lost my train of thought for a second there. I'm not used to my luck changing this fast. One of the richest families in the city wants to pay me to prove a man's innocent of a crime I framed him for? Right then. May I ask why he was found in the lower wards? I get the impression that Icaria territory is generally positioned more vertically. This whole city is our territory, but it's true that our presence is felt more strongly in some areas than others. They captured him early yesterday. He was ambushed by cowards and dragged down to that stain of a neighborhood to be tortured senselessly. Well, he was tortured, I can attest to that much. But I don't believe in senseless violence. There's always a purpose, and it's usually staring you in the face. People just don't like making eye contact. Do you have any idea why he was taken, or by whom? It was the Blue Bloods. They made no effort to hide it. In a worthy opponent, I might call that commendable, but knowing them, they're just too stupid to value deniability. I'm sure. And I'm sure there's no love lost between your groups, but kidnapping and torturing. It's beyond the pale, I agree. And the police are even worse. I expected no help from those incompetent fools, but these charges they're making, they're utterly ridiculous. Of course they are, but don't worry. I think they want to pin 5 murders on him. 5? Did you say 5? Yes, 5! It's absurd! I can only take credit for 4 bodies. Acting so high and mighty, so affronted, so eager to blame us for the death of one of their officers. A dead cop? Is this what those mercs were advertising themselves with? What do you mean, one of their officers? Was there a UC or... No, they've made the ridiculous claim that he killed some uniform while resisting arrest. As if a member of our house would fear prison! I should have never dared to think I got lucky here. These circumstances sound very complex, Makoto. And the police take the death of one of their own very seriously. What makes you so certain of this man's innocence? Because this man's name is Sosuke Ikaria. The Hound. I've known him all my life. All 3 or 4 years of it. There's no individual more honorable, more devoted, more trustworthy. And not once have I ever known him to be violent, impulsive. He didn't do this. I know he didn't do this. But proving that is your job. About that. I haven't actually accepted the job yet, Makoto. But you will. If for no other reason than because we shall pay you more than you customarily receive for a contract. That's from The Witcher. That is a almost direct quote. Considerably more. Not everything's a question of money. Yes, your meaning is taken. It needn't be silver and gold. Have no complaints with your compensation. The favor of House Ikaria can go a long way in this city, as can our wrath. I don't appreciate being threatened. I don't find it funny, even coming from a kid. However, if the state thinks whoever killed those 4 blue bloods also killed a cop, I can't afford to sit this hand out. We'll go over every centimeter of that building. One wrong move, one hair out of place. If I lose here, I lose. Period. But if I win, throwing an Ikaria-sized wallet in the pot beforehand is all upside. I understand, Makoto of House Ikaria. I'll take Sosuke's case. You say that as if it were ever in doubt. A true prodigy. But he might be right. Maybe it never was. I chose to put that gun into this Sosuke's hands when I could have just plunged that knife into his temple. Maybe the line drawn from that moment to the razor edge I'm walking right now is perfectly straight. A line drawn from one point to another is always perfectly straight. A better metaphor would be a bullet's trajectory. For all the talk of wind resistance and breathing patterns and the Coriolis effect and chaos theory, you can't exactly act surprised when your shot lands right where the crosshairs were pointing. Morgan's my last name, by the way, before you start writing any checks. You should have enunciated. Hey there, boss. Of course I'm fine. What did you think was going to happen? Yeah, all good news. I've got quite the paycheck coming my way. Maybe bad news for you if you get a large crowd tonight. Yeah, tell Sarah to meet me at the police station address I'm about to send. I've got work for her to do. There will be quite the paycheck indeed waiting for me, assuming I can win. Can I afford to accept it? Ugh. Hey! Were any of those jokes about around the office about your clients being connected to organized crime true? Sorry. Hey, were any of those jokes around the office about your clients being connected to organized crime true? What? Is this some kind of honeypot? Trying to get a grasp on something. Now I know you're baiting me. World's easiest, that's what she said, layup. I'll still basket that shit though, I don't give a fuck. Why do you make everything so hard? Come on. Come on, Freckles. Low-hanging fruit. I have no idea what you're talking about. Obviously. Why are you asking me about mafia shit, though? I'm working a case for the Icaria, whom I assume you've heard of. Definitely. Under circumstances that are probably vulgar. Absolutely. Which you'd be happy to brag about to me. Anytime. But I'm not well positioned to turn down the job outright. So I'd like to know whether they'll be resistant about parting ways afterwards. Why? You not like getting paid lots of money? I don't like being chained. Yeah, fair enough. So you're like, just asking for my advice? The Orlos is incredible. Not going to attempt to parse that. I doubt you ever could. My generation's sense of humor is practically impregnable. It was a very basic non sequitur, Auntie. Just wasn't funny. Not even a non sequitur would be, what's the charge? It's just getting back on topic. The charge is homicide. 5 counts. Meh. You're probably fine. All the stuff you hear about mobsters being clingy with the lawyers. It's because they don't want anyone who's been through their underwear drawers running around, telling tales. Whatever poor fucker they pin multiple homicides on is obviously not anyone important. I don't think he was framed. Not by his own people. Nah, pinned as in stuck with. Like a chore. Powerful people, mob or no. If they get lawyers, it's for tax evasion and conspiracy charges. Dirty work's left to the pawns. And the whole point of a pawn is you don't have to think twice about trading them off. Alright? Guess I know the rumors are true then. Yep, you uncovered my cool fucking secret! Listen, actors, singers, celebs, they all like expensive things and being the center of attention. Mobsters have money to burn and want the cologne of legitimacy. Everyone wants what they can't have. Okay, chill, F. Scott Fitzgerald. Great looking Gatsby ass. I still pine for the motherfucker. What? All I'm saying is there's mutually beneficial arrangements to be made. Between the rich and the famous. And the rich and infamous. So you bet your ass I was in those rooms. Negotiating appearance fees and taking my 30%. 30%? You really are shameless. That's what she said. Alright. Thanks for, as always, for the sage counsel. Hey, if you're really feeling grateful, do me a solid and call your aunts. They say they never hear from you. And I know you can't be that busy. You're bored enough to talk to me. They're the ones who are busy. Is grating. I love that she's a millennial. Old grandma millennial. Obviously, I wasn't sure what would happen after I left that crime scene. And I wasn't sure what I'd find walking in here to speak to my client. But I definitely wouldn't have bet that the next time I saw this man alive, he'd actually look worse. Did you not hear me? I said I'm your lawyer. Oh, I heard you. I'm just not interested in wasting my breath responding. I'm sorry, is there a misunderstanding here? Not exactly. Not at all. I understand exactly what you are, and you and your fellow... Your companion is staring at me very intently. Sarah, blink. You're embarrassing me in front of the Yakuza. That's a very dated word. You'd really prefer I call you an orca? I'd prefer you give up and leave. What are you talking... I'm sure they told you I'd been softened up. They'd broken me and I'd be ready to sign whatever you put in front of me. Sorry to disappoint. But the Hound of Ikaria doesn't heal. Cool. Sosuke, I'm gonna repeat myself plainly and slowly because you clearly have multiple head injuries. I am not a lawyer. I am your lawyer. Ah. Right then. Very good. Thank you for coming. I apologize if I misspoke just now. Hell, I'd misspeak too if I lost as much blood as you. Morgan, Esquire. I'll be representing you from here on out. Sosuke of House Ikaria. Sarah, paralegal and bartender. You're very young to have 2 jobs. Or tend bar. Well, it is only part-time. Right. So tell us, Sosuke of House Ikaria, what is your routine? You look very fit. What? Are you asking about... You're the youngest Sarah ever! She's like 9. Or is it 6? I don't remember. Our bestie David built her before he got himself killed. Do you not have me on file? Sorry, which firm are you from? DDD, MPM? I'm in private practice. You mean you're not a mob lawyer? No, but please don't hold it against me. Everyone has to start the path to corruption somewhere. There are serious risks involved in representing a man with my background against charges like these. It's very sweet of you to... They say I killed a cop, miss. I realize I may look a sorry state at the moment, but I've not fallen so low that I'd sully the house's name by dragging a civilian into... Makoto thought differently. The young master! You've seen him? How is he? Where is he? Is he unarmed? He was sitting pretty atop a literal throne surrounded by armed guards last I checked. Thank you for that. No one's told me anything and If the young master has spoken on this matter, I won't go against his judgment. But I do hope you understand what you're getting into. I'm already in it, Sosuke. How well I understand what I'm in is something I think you'd be able to help with. Very well, what do you want to know? Sosuke. So far, I know about you as your first and last name. It's a very important last name, but I take your meaning. And in truth, the first thing you should know is that I'm not worthy of it. Why? You disqualified due to pre-existing conditions? I was born Sosuke Hayakawa, 4th son of a distant branch family. The only reason I bear the name of Ikaria is because I was adopted into the main house as an infant, in exchange for lifelong service to the main family. Sounds like a great deal. Lifelong. How did you serve the Ikaria as an infant? There are various tax benefits if you have exactly 2 children. Don't be absurd. I am what you would call a bodyguard. From the time I was able to walk, I was trained to be of service to the house by protecting the air with my life. From the time you were able to walk, there are a lot of demand for toddler bodyguards. All that's ever been asked of me is that I stand in the right place at the right time. You mean like in family photographs? Like in front of a blade? Even a child can manage that. The house has given me everything I've ever had and taught me everything I've ever known. The meager service I can offer in return means nothing compared to the debt I owe them. You view your relationship with your family as a transaction? It is not something so cold, girl. It's a matter of loyalty. Right. So, if you were standing before a judge and they asked your name and occupation, you would say, "My name is Sosuke Ikaria, and I'm an eternal servant for a living." I would say my name is Sosuke Ikaria, and I work as a head of personal security for the Ikaria Financial Group. And what does that entail exactly? I'm the young master's bodyguard, and I lead all his security teams. Nice to properly meet you. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. And I'm Sarah, paralegal and bartender, part-time. Yes, I believe you already mentioned that. It seemed like we were all doing it twice. Well, thank you for your paralegal services, Sarah. And here I had the impression you had no sense of humor. What do you mean? It seems in this particular instance, Adonai, it was you who misidentified his proper manners as being sarcastic. Glad we've all broken the ice. Makoto told me that all this started because you were taken captive yesterday. What happened? It was 2 p.m. The young master had just finished a meeting with a VIP in Crane Tower, floor 108. 2 p.m. He wasn't in school. I'll ask that you refrain from mocking the young master in my presence. He is a child, anyone can see that. You've no idea the pressures that have been placed on him. Whatever my client wants. As I was saying, it was just after 2 p.m. Me and the rest of my team escorted him to the elevators along our planned exit route, but our lift stops suddenly in between floors 61 and 62. That was when I made a mistake. I had a bad feeling. Thought it best to get Makoto to the ground floor ASAP. So I forced the elevator open, crawled out, and pulled him out after me. But just as he got out, the elevator started up again, separating us from the rest of the guard. It was a trap! A 50-50 one. Staying wasn't safe either. If they could stop the elevator, it's not a stretch to think they could drop it, too. He just lost the coin flip when he decided to exit. Yes, Sarah, it was a trap. Floors 60 through 70 were undergoing heavy retrofitting. The other elevators weren't responding. Comms were jammed. I reviewed the entire building's blueprints beforehand. Not very useful information, obviously, for a floor undergoing renovations. But I knew there was a construction elevator we could get to, on the other side of the tower. I had to act fast. There was no time to doubt myself, and I did something unforgivable. You left the kid? I picked him up over my shoulder. Gotta go have fun lying, princess. I'm probably gonna call it after around 6 anyways, but good to see you. You are dismissed. Thanks for hanging out as always. Oh, well, that sounds like fun. Forgive me. Everything the young master does for the sake of his name and dignity, and kids are tougher than you'd think. I think we'll get over it. So you escorted him to the service elevator. I take it that's when things... Yes, I'm sorry, but I only remember a few vague details about what happened next. But I'll tell you what little I can. We must give Sarah uppies. She weighs like 3 tons, but we must give Sarah uppies. After I activated the lift, 2 assailants emerged from under a tarp doorway at my 7 o'clock. One tall, one thin. Tall was around 180 centimeters, and his weight, I'd say 100 kilograms with the mods. Thin was maybe 175 centimeters, but slouched. Modded as well, but what I saw looked stripped down, so he couldn't have been heavier than 70 kilo. They had needle guns, slow to fire and slow to take effect. A memorable choice. Taller one shot first, jerked his arm when he pulled the trigger. A bad habit usually favored by street slinger punks who are used to compensating for the kickback of jailbroken zippers. He might as well have been aiming at the ceiling. Thin lines up his shot properly, laser sight dialed in on the young master's left trapezoid. I shift into a horse rider stance and deflect the needle with my weapon. Lift doors open behind me just as another shooter steps forward at my 3 o'clock. Or so I thought, but all they had was a laser pointer. Literally a cheap trick. But it worked. I hear a click from 8 o'clock, turn my neck, and feel a weight punched into my deltoid. A dullish kind of pain for an instant. I realize I'm already going numb. And that's when I squeeze. Squeeze? He's talking about his mods. That's how I've always described it. Others say they flex or pull or hold. I squeeze. Akita Type 2 external thoracic booster. Some burst strength and pain capabilities, but in short, it's a reflex enhancer. Makes 1 second feel like 15 in hindsight. And makes it feel like you ran a marathon during those 15 seconds once the kickback gets you. But I digress. I moved. Got Makoto into the elevator and wrenched the doors shut myself. Taking 3 more needles in the back in the process. I remember saliva pooling on my lip and then cold concrete scratching my cheek. Alright, Sosuke, so you were guarding Makoto, these men laid a trap, targeted him with tranks, failed. Then they take you instead. Yes, to my great shame. You were outnumbered in ambush, but you still managed to protect Makoto. What's there to be ashamed of? That I didn't see it coming. You're saying this has happened before. Dozens of attempts in the past year. Some headed off in the early stages, some sidestepped entirely, and some stopped with force. I knew their tactics, and I knew our vulnerabilities. Yet still, I failed. Sosuke, that is not incorrect. Hadn't I... Am I wrong? Shouldn't a bodyguard get at least 1 shot off before being taken down? Shot? What do you mean, shot? You were not carrying a firearm? No. No one on the team had guns. How's that? None of us on the security team had firearms with us. But you're a gangster. I am a head of personal security for the Ikaria Financial Group. Walking onto an allied group's property armed to the teeth insults their hospitality and makes the house look insecure, or worse, impotent. And I'm not a security expert, but I do think there's some gray area between armed to the teeth and empty-handed. I mean, didn't you just say you deflected their attack? I was not defenseless just because I wasn't carrying a gun. Oh? I had my sword. So lame! So cool! You walk around town with, what, a samurai sword? You just assume that it's a katana? Is it? Yes. It is a signifier of my position within the house and shows that I am acting as a representative of it. Is it ceremonial, then? No, it is quite sharp. I can attest to that. It's probably in terrible condition by now, seeing how the city's police manhandled everything else they touch. Speaking of which, perhaps we should move on to the night's main events. They tried for Makoto, got you instead, and instead took you to the lower wards. Why? I have been wondering that myself. Aren't you essentially worthless? As a hostage, she means. I know that. Thinking back, I was surprised myself to wake up at all, let alone in captivity. But it seems they had questions they wanted to ask me. What do you remember? Whatever they used on me, I can remember some things, but how much of it was real, what order it happened in, it's all... Just say whatever comes to mind. It can be anything. Sights, smells, voices. There are no wrong answers. I was bound, my wrists bound above my head, tied to something that smelled like iron and rattled like old iron. Tiles beneath my feet, some kind of bathroom or decontamination area. Good guess. They asked me questions. I said things. Loose lips, like being drunk for the first time again. But I'm confident that other than vulgarities, it was all incoherent. because there were shocks, the taste of blood. I must have bit my tongue during the spasms. And there were beatings, of course. I wouldn't have guessed. Adonai, do you need corrective lenses? Sarcasm is just how I grieve a lost opportunity, Sarah. Lost opportunity? Yeah, it's a damn shame. From what I can see of it, a pretty face like yours would go a long way with the jury if it wasn't pulverized. Ridiculous. Is he blushing? I agree about his face, Adonai, but I don't believe it is his only strong feat. Let us move on. Really? Well, in that case, how did your captivity end? Do you recall escaping? I was blindfolded the entire time, but my ears weren't boxed so bad. It was a door that squeaked and whined, so I always knew when someone was coming or going. One voice asked questions, mostly. It was light. Another voice grunted when he hit me. Heavy. Other voices came and went, and then eventually, there was talk. Through the door I heard. They were all talking to someone else. A new voice? Was it high-pitched or low? Loud or soft? It doesn't matter. What's important is that it belonged to someone new. Someone besides you and the dead who was there last night. Did you make out any part of their conversation? No, not a word. But there was a loud noise. Gunshots followed by shouting and ugly sounds. And then? A hollow pain in my skull as I lost consciousness again. When I next came to, I had something in my hand. In my hands. Something sharp. I didn't even think to ask what it was or where it came from. Just started working at the bindings, rushed and clumsy, poked myself in the process. But I cut them loose, then took the gag out. The blindfold was so tight I cut it rather than try and... Ugh, the damn thing must have been acting as a bandage because when I took it off, between the light and the pain, I thought that my head had split open. It took me a long time to stand up. Felt like I could lie on that cold, disgusting floor forever if I just... But something was poking me. Something tucked into my waistband. The gun. The gun. Imagine my surprise. Checked the safety, the chamber reflexively, but only saw 2 spent slugs. I was too tired to be confused, so I just walked out that squeaky door and into red. Just red. And then I was blinking at an IV, handcuffed to a stretcher in an ambulance, some cop reading me my rights, saying that I killed 5 people. No, wait, some judge or official said that later. When I woke up in the ambulance, all they said was that I was a cop killer. Omitting some strong language. I don't understand. You were held captive, interrogated, tortured, but then you woke up armed and were able to escape? The cops didn't ask me questions, and I wouldn't have answered if they had. It's been nearly a full day, and I'm just now saying it aloud for the first time. It truly sounds absurd. This is your world, Sosuke, not mine. Do you have any theories on what happened? Only 2 possibilities come to mind. In the first scenario, one or more of my captors wanted to kill me, but needed an excuse to do so. So they let me escape. They give me a knife and an unloaded gun, then wait for me to stumble out so they can miss me and be done with it. But the plan doesn't work. Somehow I limp out of that room and shoot, cut, stab, kill them all? That would be quite the feat, given the condition you say you were in. Yes, a tale for the ages. But it's not possible. Why isn't it possible? Even if he had the motive and they were stupid enough to give him the opportunity, he was still lacking bullets. In the brief I read, 2 of the pod were shot to death. I'm sure you're highly qualified, Sosuke, but I doubt you can fire a gun without bullets. No, I cannot. As I said, the gun I woke up with had already fired both its shots. So if we tell the police that the gun wasn't loaded, would that clear Sosuke's name for 2 of the murders? There's no proof the gun was already empty by the time he got his hands on it. She's right. That gun was some kind of jailbroken mag rail. The only residue it would leave behind is static. So long as my prints are on it, that's all the evidence they need to claim I fired it. How about that second possibility, then? The second possibility is that someone walked into that building, killed my captors, and then tried to frame me for it. That sounds like lunacy. We've already eliminated the other impossibility. Insane trumps impossible. Like it or not, this bad Samaritan theory is our best shot. What is it? I'm just surprised you believe me. You haven't even asked if I did it. I never ask. It helps that I can usually tell. A wise policy for the world you're setting foot into. Not as if it makes any difference here, even I don't know if I'm guilty. You were drugged and beaten. You're still injured even now. And we just reasoned that you couldn't have killed your captors without help. What makes you think you might still be guilty? Because I've killed before. A pale spark flickers at the back of my mind. My index finger rises slightly, my lips part. Was I expecting this, stepping into the criminal underworld? Looking forward to it? The rare opportunity to speak frankly with someone else who's... You mean... Yes. I was in the military. Morgan cannot catch a break. Okay. I've taken lives many times. That doesn't make you a murderer. Soldiers are given orders. Oh, Sarah. I've killed people. Whether or not a superior asked me to do doesn't change that fact. But soldiers... Are you a soldier, Sarah? No? So drop it. She's good at following orders. It can take years to acquire that skill. I imagine it comes easy for androids. Yes, I suppose that's... Wait, that's an android? Did you miss the glowing barcode? And ignore my self-introduction? Look, I'm tired. I thought those were highlights or something. Did my hair catch your eye? You have discerning taste. You see, each strand is actually... Is there something you wanted to say, Sosuke? I've taken lives before, and so I know how I feel afterwards. Thin. And how do you feel right now? Right now I feel... What is it? You remember something? Yes. After I stepped out of that door, I said I saw red. But I do remember one other sensation. I remember the feeling of gripping my sword. That brief you read, it listed all the charges, all the causes of death. And the fifth man, the cop they say I killed. How did he die? Oh, shit! However... we will have to put aside our reunion with Reyes for another day. Stab through the heart, princess to blame. You give crime a bad name. Worse name. I don't know. So, we will return to, Morgan's Fun Definitely Didn't Do It, Whodunit. It's Saturday today, right? Tuesday at 2 or 2:30, sometime around there. I have been your super cute demon princess of hell, Eris Irenaeus, as always, signing off. I will see you all next time. Remember that attendance is mandatory, and have a lovely night. You are dismissed as soon as I finish raiding Sky. Oh, maybe not. I love Sky, but she's in the very end of the game. Rose playing Blood on the Cocktail. I haven't been able to do that in a while. Or ever. So I will send you all to Orozoro. Make sure I have their name right. And now, you are all dismissed. Bye-bye!
I mean, I'm just throwing it out there right now. Like saying, like I think Navs has either clutch or the information I got is wrong. That's the thing. You could protect.
I'm gonna run this vote right now because we've been on it for a little bit, but it's hang on, let me talk. I'm gonna run this vote now. It's gonna take 4 to put Nabs on the block, starting now.
Hey, the reason why I want to do this is right now Nabs can still pick Ceratosh, and Ceratosh is confirmed good, so the game will not end. But if we go to night, then the demon would kill Ceratosh, which means.
Let's see if we can get you in this closet. He's back. Carefully. Let's see if we torment you with that. Torment you with that.
Hey, Mom, calling you back. Like you said. Expecting a call back, I guess. Bye. Talk to you soon.
I cannot imagine a better way to welcome Silksong onto the speedrunning scene. You know, we had SM64 earlier in the day, some very important speedrunning history, but stuff like this is the future of speedrunning. Make some noise one more time for Scene. Woo!
Mom. Yeah, yeah. Huh, okay. I feel like I've heard of